man speaking in the city square, trying to tell somebody that he cares. Can you blame the voice of youth for asking what is true? Yeah, the ones that you're calling wild are gonna be the leaders in a little while, when will the lonely voice of youth cry what is true? This our world's waking to a newborn babe, and I solemnly swear it'll be their way. You better help that voice of youth find what is true. And the lonely voice of youth cries, what is true?
All right. Welcome, everybody. It's good to see everybody. And I am here with my Sam pal, because of course I am. I've got my Muppet mug full of more Sam pal, because of course I do. Have you considered? And I've got some tea. It's this beautiful tea from Good Earth. It is it's basically a spicy sweet tea. It's very nice. I like it. It's very candy like. So it's been a wild week, as they all seem to be now. Things are getting weirder and weirder. I know Jonathan Peugeot did a thing about World War II. It's like, well, I guess I beat him to it. I wish I could have done it with him, but Canadian perspective is very interesting. He released that on YouTube today for general audiences, I guess. Yeah, I wish I could have talked about that. The Canadian, his like, of course, Trump offered to make Canada part of the identity of the United States. I didn't even see that. That was fascinating. Really good stuff, though. Really good. I found that interesting. And then, of course, everyone's freaking out over absolutely everything. People are panicking left, right, and center. People are calling people names all over the internet as usual, but with more urgency and people that they didn't attack before. Everyone's splitting apart, not making friends. James Lindsay seems to be continuing his crusade to piss everybody off and just accuse everybody of being the worst kind of human that he can. Why he's doing this, I don't know. Also, he's getting fat. So, you can put two and two together if you want or not. I don't care. I'm kind of done with the being nice about people. They're not nice to me. I'm not going to be nice to them. It's that simple. It isn't that hard. You start telling me I can't question something or I am that thing, then I'm that thing and I'm going to be that thing. I'm going to be the best that thing you've ever seen. Is that what you want? Because I'm highly competent and you're highly incompetent. So let me know how that's going to work out for you, because I already know. It's going to work out fine for me. That's what I know. Good luck. Good luck. Oh yeah, I forgot. I got these great wafers today. Yummy. I don't. It looks like it might be German. I don't know other languages. I barely know this one. And that's how I keep from going insane, is that I have lovely shortbread looking crackers with yummy chocolate from abroad, because they make better chocolate, among other things. But yeah, I mean, all the attacks, everyone getting attacked, Carl Benjamin, Tim Pool getting attacked, going after Lindsay. I'm like, this is not helpful. You guys are all and the worst part, I can't support any of them. They're all stuck materialists in the individualist frame, right? Now they're all rejecting liberalism together. I'm like, you're all individualists and materialists. Liberalism's all you got. If you give that up, you're kind of in trouble. And then everybody thinks, oh, they'll go to church. I don't think that's how that works out, but we'll find out, I guess. I hope I'm wrong. Also, I've got a pretty good track record. I still hope I'm wrong, but because it could happen at any time. But I don't know, man. I don't know. My models seem to work pretty well. So I'm going to be on the road for like 3 weeks. Now, there's a slim possibility that my host will allow me to stream on Friday. But I don't know if we're going to want to do that. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Of course, any stream could happen at any time while I'm on vacation, but I'm not planning any streams. So we'll see. We'll see about next Friday. But I wouldn't hold out any hope. If indeed there's hope to be to be held out for these things. But I will bring everything. So in case we decide we can set up and do it, and we have the will and nothing better to do, I guess. And then I will be traveling after that to Cape Cod for my vacation, my timeshare, and then that's Friday to Friday. So we're on the road when we leave. We arrive on Friday afternoon. We leave on Friday night. So I mean Friday morning the next week. So I don't think there's going to be I don't think there's going to be more streams for a while. But that's okay. Things will get way more interesting. I did record a bunch of videos, and we've been cutting up the live stream monologues. So that project has begun. So there will be monologues posted as recorded videos soon. I'm going to try to get 2 videos out a week, even while I'm on vacation here. And that's going to be a stretch because I don't have to do it while I'm roaming around because I was so late in recording with all these stupid illnesses. But I got 4 videos whacked out in one day, so that was good. I was gonna do one today, but just I don't know what's going on. I don't know why everyone's losing their mind. Everyone's spurting out over everything, and it's like I'm trying to help, and then that's not working. And okay, you don't want my help, and you want to make me an enemy. I guess that's what you want to do. I don't know why, but this really is along the lines of what I will be talking about today, which is AI. Um, with issues, myths, and reality itself. I have to preface this by saying I have exactly 0 notes. I don't even have this written in my live streams list. There's a reason for that. There's lots of reasons for that. So I just figured I'd warn you. It should be fine. AI is something I can talk about at length because my expertise is still technology and computers. Ixnat, do you have a release date for your book? I do not have a release date. We're getting the first printed copies printed. I am stopping in Pennsylvania to visit Castle on my way to the Cape. So I will know more later. And when it happens, there will be an announcement. Do not fret. Yeah, we're doing a limited run in the beginning just to check everything out, right? So that's happening by the end of this month. Right. So what that looks like, how many copies will be, and then what we're going to do to actually get books out to people is all kind of indeterminate for various reasons, some of which are great and some of which are terrible. But we will work all that out. So why did I say like AI is sort of wrapped up in sort of all the weird spurging out that's happening? Well, it's a driving force, right? So one of the problems with AI is that everyone has made a boogeyman out of AI. I guess as the myth of World War II collapses, and it has been collapsing, other myths are taking its place. So the new bad guy is AI. If you didn't see this coming, then I assume you haven't been to the movies in the past 35 years or so, or read any science fiction whatsoever. If you have, then, well, I don't know what was difficult about seeing this. Have you heard of The Matrix? By the way, I talked to Jesse. It's possible that I will do a Matrix video by myself first, just because Jesse's just got a lot going on. He just moved and he's in Australia. And so you get a feel for the guy because Australia's, I thought the new Pope thing was going to, although it's been going way better than anybody except maybe me expected, but yeah, people surprised by the Pope. I'm like, really? This is the least surprising thing I can think of. But hey, I mean, you be clueless your way, I guess. Um, and I think that AI has gotten us focused on prediction, like at a general layer, right? Like, oh, prediction's the thing, and it's a thing, and it's like, well, AI's got you focused on prediction, and maybe AI can do something that looks to you like prediction. Um, but is that happening? And what's the effect of telling people that there's a new there's a new technology coming around that people can use that allows for prediction, right? Like this is all wrapped up in AI. It doesn't seem like it's connected sort of right away, but like it's absolutely the same thing. It's absolutely the same thing. And so you've got people focused on predicting the future instead of living in the now, right? Which is ironic because you've got this force from Western Buddhism that's been pushing back on that, saying, oh, no, no, only live in them out now. Don't worry about the future. And it's like, oh, I see your problem. You're stuck in a binary, and it's a bad binary indeed. So that's, AI keeps us stuck in the binary in that way because we have these two competing forces, Western Buddhism and AI super future prediction, where you're not worrying about the present. And so they're fighting sort of for dominance in the wake of the collapse of the myth of World War II. That's playing out right now in real time, and maybe it's hard for people to see, and fair enough if it's hard for you to see. It's not hard for me to see. This is all about patterns. This is a very clear pattern. It's not even a new pattern or anything crazy. A lot of people are talking about this is new, that's new, this is new, that's none of this is new at all ever. I don't know what to tell you. 0% of this is new. Zero. And maybe the mechanism is novel, but I wouldn't call it new. We've had automatons that were mechanical back in the, right after or during the Renaissance. I think it's during the Renaissance, if memory serves. I'm a little fuzzy on dates. We've had, people making predictions using machines for a very long time of all kinds, right? Uh, we've had people prompting and then trying to get answers out of the prompts forever. Like that's tarot. Uh, right? And so this AI and prediction isn't new. And then there's this element of AI taking jobs. And it's like, well, something's always taking jobs. But you're going to have to be a little more specific pattern wise as to whether or not this is new and novel. Right? It's neither, by the way. But automation is automation, and automation and the continued use of automation and the continued expansion of automation has been around for a very long time. It predates the Industrial Revolution, or revolutions, since there were at least two, maybe four or five or something, depending on how you count these things. This is none of this is new. None of this is new. But because all eyes, if you will, are on AI, it looks new. It looks new. It looks novel. It's a new, quote, new technology. And I don't know. I mean, how different is the matching that AI does from tarot card readings? No one's asking that question. I could actually answer that to some extent. I won't do that here because I'd rather have some smarmy little prick tell me I'm wrong so that I can embarrass them publicly. Because I just like to do that. It's kind of fun. Yeah, I don't like people that don't think about things before they get involved in arguments. Right? They come to the they come to the nuclear weapons match with their fists, and I'm like, I have a nuke. Bye. I rather enjoy that. So I'm prepared. Because if you don't think they're really close to the same thing, you really don't understand either technology very well. And to be fair, you have to understand them both, and most people don't. Most of the people talking about AI know nothing about it whatsoever. Like just absolutely zero. Like they've used it or they've trained a model. It's like, all right, but I've written the code that gets trained and I've actually stepped through the training. So yeah. Do you know about activation functions and how many different kinds there are and which ones to use where and the fact that you may use multiple activation functions within your neural net? I didn't think you did. And if you do, you probably agree with me anyway, so it won't be an argument at all. You're not gonna like find the expert to disagree. No, the experts will all agree with me because they all know what I know. And if you know what I know, what I've experienced, what I've done, you're not going to disagree with my conclusions because you've come to them too. So people miss that little asymmetry. They think, oh, I just find a bigger expert. It's like, it doesn't work that way. And so AI as expert is a problem. Well, why do you want AI to be your expert? Because you can't trust people. Why can't you trust people? Because we've destroyed trust in people and institutions. And a lot of that, it comes down to the collapse of the myth of World War II, because that destruction is part of that mythos collapse, for sure. That's what's actually happened. And so a lot of things can just be explained by that one collapse. And AI is coming rushing in as the savior and the good guy, what could be the bad guy, depending upon who you talk to, right? Has come rushing in as that savior. And that's the problem, is that these these understandings of the world in terms of technology, which is a materialist frame. You can say, oh, technology is not material, Mark. You could do that. I mean, I'm going to look at you like you're retarded because you're retarded. Technology is all about material. It's not about anything else. I mean, we use an abstract term to talk about the general change in material over time or whatever, but it's all about material. So what is it fundamentally that we can learn from AI? Like what are the issues sort of with this? What can we learn from history that apply to AI? Well, it's interesting. I saw a tweet like an hour and a half ago, and basically says the artificial revolution is here. And I was like, he's a Bitcoin guy. So I'm like, I know what you meant when you said that, but what the words you used say does not say what you meant at all. And we're living in that age of illusion, effectively, where people are using words correctly, but they're not intending what those words actually say. And once you see that pattern, you're probably just not going to be able to sleep well. But far be it from me. Uh, yeah, I don't. It's I like RJ. You're automated irritant. Well, that's good. Sally Joe. People looking for glimpses of wonder or horror wherever they can find them. Yeah, well, wonder and horror are the same thing, right? At some level, be better if they would go outside, but they're in the computer too, right? Yeah, I mean, I like John Vervaeke's axis of awe and horror, where awe is on one side, awesome, right? Horror is on the other side. Oh no, I don't know what's going on, right? So the awesome side is, oh, I saw, a picture of the divine being in the clouds. There's an image of divine being in the clouds, right? And horror is, oh, I saw a dragon in the clouds and it looks like it's going to eat me, right? It's the same thing. Ixon, isn't the limitation of AI prediction all over sci-fi? This is what puzzles me. Like, we've had all these very popular movies about the dangers, and some of them have been highly accurate in predicting the dangers, and we're still ignoring them, even though everyone saw them. Like, I don't know what to make of that. Like, I just don't understand that phenomena. Sally Joe, we've had a pile of chicken bones since chickens were invented. Yeah. chicken bones, tea leaves. We have all these prediction methods. Don, so what's wrong with the guy who was interviewed by Douthit? What's his name? Because if I don't know his name, the odds that he actually knows something about AI are lessened immediately. I don't know everybody in AI, but like a lot of the early pioneers, I know them all because I study AI, like I did for physics for the past like it might be 20 years now. We'll go with 15. That makes me feel better. I found out the other day that my YouTube channel is like 4 years old, and I was like, wait, when did that happen? I thought my YouTube channel was like 2 years old. Where did the other 2 years go? And this is like the problem with AI. Like we can't keep track of anything because we've got AI. So you may think like the AI revolution is now. The AI revolution already happened, right? It's getting refined now. It's getting more accessible now. But people have been using AI online for like 4 years. So you've been seeing AI generated content on Facebook and whatnot for 4 or 5 years, for sure. And maybe it was only 10% 4 years ago, but it was the most important 10% 4 years ago. And now it's probably 60%. And that's the problem. And so now that it's training itself on its own data, it's going to continue to degrade. And I can tell you from using a lot of these AIs, they're degrading. Now, this degradation doesn't affect my work as much because I'm doing new and novel work. So, right? Or you're doing pure research. Pure research is not going to degrade as long as your prompts are correct and you're using the right tools. But it's a concern. So, I tend to like John Vervaeke did a talk on AI, and I was just like, oh my God, John, why are you just everything you're saying is ridiculous and wrong. It's so sad. My former teacher, like how the mighty have fallen, I really miss my former teacher. I really do. But I don't think we're getting him back, unfortunately. He has fallen like so many to the dangers of circling, which Curtis Yarvin, of all people, actually warned people about in an article, Gray Mirror article there. You can look that up, Gray Mirror circling or something. I think it'll pop up. And I think that the problem is we are so in need of a good guy, of a hero, and not a hero's journey hero. A hero's journey hero is like you leaving the tent because the voice told you to, and going out into the world and becoming a better man. You're not becoming a hero. That's absurd. Heroes in literature are born or very occasionally, not very often, very occasionally made by godlike powers. There are no instances otherwise, because that's what it means to be it's definitional to the term hero. So what it means to be a hero is that you were born special from the gods. That's in all the literature. There is no literature without that, where we call people heroes. That is usually a misuse of a statement that someone did something heroic. Heroic references that you did something like a hero would have done or been able to do. But that is not the same as being a hero. So every heroic act does not make you a hero, right? Just like wearing makeup does not make you a girl. Newscasters wear makeup all the time, and a good number of them are male. Like, this isn't that hard. I don't wear any makeup, but that's one of the problems, is that we, as a result of World War II, where we made a bunch of men into heroes when they were not, maybe some of them were born with extraordinary powers. The only real instance that comes to mind, and not super well studied on this, but is Sergeant York. But that's the beginning of the Great War. That's not the second act of the Great War. Yeah, if you haven't heard about Sergeant York, it's actually it's a great movie too. It's a black and white movie. It's a great movie. Fantastic film. Very accurate, is my understanding. Yeah, I mean, it's such a there's so many problems wrapped up in the collapse of the myth of World War II, and so many things we were relying on, and AI is finishing that for us, right? It's sort of completing that circle, because one of the things that happened with the myth of World War II, as I mentioned in that live stream, is that which will be coming out as a video, by the way, is that there are only bad guys. There are only bad guys in the myth of World War II. There's no higher ideal. And to the extent that there were higher ideals, and I don't think Jonathan Peugeot is wrong, right? He said, oh, yeah, well, we made a deal with the devil effectively. And it's like, well, okay, but the bigger problem is that there were no good guys. But the problem with that is that then when you go attacking one of the good guys, or one of the stand-ins, we'll call it, for goodness, like Churchill, people attack you, right? You're put in this impossible position. I was a little disappointed with the binary framing that Peugeot seemed trapped in. I'm like, really, bro? Like, you're an ortho. You should know how to get out of this. So that was a problem. John, I can't find the name right now. I get tired of all the hand wringing and yapping to finish anyone's video, either PVK or Douthit. Yeah, I mean, these guys are all dumb. And I mean that technically. Like, they're in a realm where they do not and never will have, they're just too far behind, right? They never will have the knowledge they need to speak authoritatively or expertly on this topic. Like, that's already passed, right? If you're getting into AI in the past 5 years, you're real late to the party. In fact, some of the guys, so there's this thing called Silicon Swamp. You can look it up online, or siliconswamp.org. It's a local meetup that we do. Although we've been having them online because my buddy is out in San Fran, or actually right now I think he's in New York for a wedding, but maybe he's in San Fran. What day is it? Friday. He might be back in San Francisco. But I met up with some of the guys there, and they were like, "Hey, Mark, do you know any good books on like AI, like how to build it from scratch?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, of course I have them. Like, I wish you had told me before I got here. I would have brought it and handed it to you. It's right on my bookshelf over there. It's not even in the shed. I mean, I don't know what I have in the shed anymore, but the big AI book is right there." And I've read the whole thing, right? So I did skip a little bit over chapter 6 for various reasons, but mainly because it's a recap of other work that I already had. Basically, those guys were curious about the beginnings. Most people don't know about the beginnings. There are no good books on the beginnings right now that have been published in the past 15 years, or maybe 10 years, maybe 15. That book might be older than 15 years. Because all that work's been done and people are building on it. There's nothing wrong with that. That's how progress happens, right? Like in technology in particular, right? Somebody comes up with a library for something and everybody uses the library. And then, 15 years on, you find out, oh, the library's broken. And it always had this bug in it. And nobody looked because nobody was smart enough to reproduce the work of the library, and therefore you can't debug it, for example. So that's good to know, right? So a lot of people don't even look for the origins. They don't go back into the history and try to find where these things started. They don't go back and see, well, what is this? Right? They don't do that work. And that's the problem. They don't do the work. They don't look at the history. They don't go back and check out like where this stuff started and how it started. There was a high school student in New Hampshire a number of years ago. I don't remember how many years ago. I don't even remember if I was living down here or if I was living up north. Um, and she found an error in Maxwell's equations. So this whole time, Maxwell's equations, which every engineer has been using for electrical work since he wrote them up, had a problem with them. And it just turns out that this high school student happened to notice the math error, and they were making up for this error, with it by adding a constant to all their numbers or some foolish thing, whatever. It's standard practice. It's not a big deal. But no one had found the error because no one had looked. And so these people who are sort of starting out with AI in the past 5, 6, 7, 8 years, they're not starting at the beginning. They're building on work that was done by Jeffrey Hinton. And, the AI goes all the way back to the 60s. If you want a good AI movie that explains AI, just watch War Games. Okay, I know it's an 80s movie. It's also one of the best movies ever made about anything ever. So, it's fantastic. It's very philosophical at the end of the day. It's very wrapped up in nerd culture. It's very prescient. Like you watch it now and it's like, oh, wow, this was all right here all along. Like the whole package is there. The whole package, the cynicism, the whole thing. It's all in that movie, which is really frustrating, right? I'm like, bro, we had the movie about this in the 80s and it wasn't wrong. Like, why are you confused? Right? So I don't know. So Don, I looked this clown up. Okay. I used the word clown deliberately. He's a clown. Okay, first of all, he's got a quote degree in philosophy. Do we really want to get me started on philosophy post Aristotle? Come on. There's no such thing as philosophy post Aristotle. You can list whoever you want. Either they're a theologian, like Hegel was, by the way, although he was a bad theologian, or they're a bad person, right? Like, just sorry, like they're a horrible person whose life turned out horribly. And if your life turned out horribly, maybe you shouldn't listen to the philosophy of the person, because maybe if you do, your life will turn out horribly too. That would be correct if you believed in what you were saying about philosophy, by the way. So I have no idea what the hell you were thinking. Oh, I like Heidegger. Oh, do you now? All right. Well, I'm going to back away slowly and keep my eyes on you for sure. But like, I'm not going to trust you with anything. Like, do you know what happened to Heidegger? Like, oh, I'm a big fan of Nietzsche. Okay, again, I'm going to keep my eyes on you and back away slowly. Be very polite to you and make sure I don't like jostle you much. Cause, yeah, I don't want to tell you, man. It didn't end well for them, and it ain't gonna end well for you if you follow them. Like, why is this hard? Like, I don't understand. So this guy doesn't know anything about technology. He's a clown. He's literally a clown. He's a clown degree in clownness. Okay, fair enough. Like, lots of people have clown degrees. I would say most people with degrees at this point, unfortunately, it didn't used to be that way. Not when I was a kid, but it is now. Somebody in a philosophy degree doesn't understand. Like, Nassim Taleb tweeted this out like last month. He said, AI is just a statistical machine. Well, yeah, that's absolutely correct. It just does matrix math. That's all it does. It does matrix math with activation functions and weights in a certain structure. That's the whole thing. Activation function, right, which determines the outcome, right, of the input, right? So it's some kind of function or procedure that you go through. Really is really popular. My buddy Fred, who runs Silicon Swamp, told me why. He's like, oh, it's cheap. I'm like, oh, I didn't think about that. It is cheap. I was like, Hinton was using Boltzmann machines. Why the hell's everyone using ReLU? All right, Sigmoid's another one, right? There's a bunch. I was researching Boltzmann machines because I just found the idea of using a temperature variation, and also Boltzmann's a brilliant mathematician, unlike some of the other mathematicians people say are brilliant and really aren't. Uh, the Russian mathematicians in particular, Kaglamarov, he's really good. His stuff is good. Norbert Wiener, good stuff. The Wiener process and stuff, that's good stuff. These guys did work. Other guys don't know them. You don't know anything about AI. You got to know, like, Taleb actually understands math way better than I do, but also, written real software to do actual calculations, and made 8,000% in the market, saved his company, and obviously now he has what he calls FU money. This guy knows what he's talking about. It's a statistical machine. Yeah, it is. Well, technically, it's a set of statistical machines whose statistics are being rolled up due to the structure of the set of calculations. That's it. That's what an AI is. It's really not that hard. There's some format of input neurons and output neurons and layers in between, right? And usually you double the number of layers from the input to the first, what's called hidden layer, right? Because it's not on the outside. So all the layers that aren't on the outside are hidden layers, right? And then you reduce until you get to what is almost always, in all the applications I'm aware of, although it doesn't have to be, by the way, a smaller number of outputs. That's it. That's the whole thing. And each one of those is seeded with a random weight. So you start out with random weights dropped into some structure, because there's different ways you can structure the layers. That's the whole thing. It's not going to be smart. It's not going to come up with calculations. LLMs just fool us. I think I mentioned this in a previous live stream. I saw a wonderful video, something media, I don't remember the name of it, where they were talking about Eliza. Look up Eliza and the guy who wrote Eliza, and look up some of his videos online where he's talking about this stuff. He's like, guys, this is a super simple program. I wrote a copy of Eliza in BASIC on an 8-bit machine. Actually, I've written many, but it's an incredibly simple program. People were completely fooled by it. You don't need AI for that at all. You don't need anything like AI to convince people that they're talking to a therapist. You can convince people they're talking to a therapist with a basic program that you can run on an 8-bit computer in the 1970s. The guy did it and started talking about how dangerous it was. Thank you, Ixon. That video that I'm just talking about is on my Discord server, the Mark of Wisdom Discord server. So, yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's so frustrating as somebody who actually knows what the hell they're talking about and has done all this stuff to listen to these clowns. And they're all clowns. Every single one of them is a clown. Their bodies will have makeup and the big red nose and a stupid frilly wig. They're all clowns. Okay? They have no idea what they're talking about. None. Zero. Zip. I just explained the whole thing to you. Literally the whole thing. Input neurons, activation function, random weights, multiple layers, output. That's the whole thing. It's all matrix math. That's it. Sometimes you use different activation functions at different layers of the network. Big freaking deal. It's just numbers, guys. Just numbers. And we already knew you could fool people by using language very cleverly in a basic program with, I don't think he has any, he has a calculation. It's computers. It's all math. He doesn't have any sophisticated math in Eliza. I mean, you can fire up a copy of Eliza and see how convincing it is as a therapist. It was already designed to be a therapist. No matter how much he told people before and after that it was a therapist, some people became convinced that it was real. That was back in the 70s. It was back in the 70s. And you're worried about AI now? What are you, high? Are you high? Are you all right? Do you need something? Did you, is it that you took medication that wasn't prescribed to you, or you forgot to take your prescribed medication? It's got to be one of those two things, guys. Seriously. This is nuts. This is seriously nuts. They already went through this with Eliza in the 70s. We don't need to go through this again in 2025. There's no reason for it. There's no reason for it. Anselman, I'm an all licensed fool. Fair. Licenses for AI. Yes, Sally, licenses. We need licenses. Our local farmer, McDonald's, uses agricultural implementation, artificial intelligent operations. And that's the other thing, man. They're slapping AI on all kinds of things that have nothing to do with AI. Sally Joe, when people started using the AI term, it took me a minute to figure out they didn't mean AI. Ranchers have used that for a long time. Yeah, well, not computer related, much more reliable technology. Yep. Watch Imitation Game. I have not seen that movie. That guy's a jerk, by the way. The only way to win is not to play. Yes, Don. That is the movie. That is the movie. But a lot of stuff goes on in the middle that you probably missed, and it's worth a rewatch. I watch it on a regular basis because I don't know, and it's gotten better with time, not worse. Yeah, The Disenchanted Scientist, right? The family tragedy motif, the dichotomy between old and young, right? The dichotomy of the generations, impassioned speeches, moving people's feelings. War Games is great. Everybody should imbibe War Games. Hegel was a bad wizard wannabe. Yeah, well, read his contemporaries writing about him. They weren't impressed. Why are you? Yeah, why are you indeed? I've seen Imitation Game. Have you, Sally? That's excellent. Hanselman, I'm a very pathetic philosopher. I get around. T. Sanders, the Eliza effect fools people into thinking AI could actually think. Thanks for bringing this up, Mark. Yeah, man, that video that I can't remember the name of now. It was really good on this. Actually, she did a really good job about this. I was super duper impressed with the research. A lot of it was stuff that I had actually forgotten. Stuff that I kind of knew about, and it just kind of fell off my radar, basically. Completely fell off my radar. And, I think I mentioned this last time that happened before, right? I go to Silicon Swamp. My buddy Fred, who runs it, is actually giving a talk. And he's like, I didn't even recognize the name. And then I'm like, oh, this is the thing in CogSci they're trying to do. That's right. The reason why I knew that some of John Vervaeke's stuff was BS was because the stuff he was trying to do had already been done in computers. Because in computers, the original mission, a la Turing, by the way, among other guys, was on intelligence. Like that's where Turing and all the early researchers started. That's why it's the Turing test. It didn't come out of CogSci. CogSci wasn't a thing. CogSci starting behind the ball. Oh yeah, what's this called? Truth Storm Media. That's the name of the channel. Truth Storm Media. Yeah, how the Eliza effect is being used to game humanity. It's a great video. So yeah, I mean, it was such a good video. It just wasn't entirely correct. But RJ, Matrix X, program star input. Yes. Be an input, not a weighted cipher. Yeah, well, there you go. Don, the question no one answered or even asked was, if you really believe machines are going to destroy us in 5 years, why even get out of bed on Sunday afternoon and go to church? Exactly. Well, I'll tell you something, Don. That might be a good heuristic or a good hint for who is a good religious believer and who is not. If those aren't the questions you're concerned with, then maybe you suck. A, as a human being, just outright, but B, especially as somebody who's claiming some kind of authority or we'll say special knowledge. That might be a hint. It might be a good heuristic right away. Anselman, I thought they were calling me a peripatetic philosopher. My hearing isn't good. Pirate is greater than philosopher. That is correct, Ixon. That is correct. Anselman, isn't piracy an issue with the development of AI, copyright issues, etc.? Okay. Here's been the problem with piracy from day one. And this is not an easy issue to cover, but since it brought up, I will give it a shot. What constitutes piracy? This is impossible for materialists to ponder. Impossible. It's not an option for a materialist to talk about. The reason why is because you can't value material in a vacuum. It can't be done. It's not possible. So what ends up happening is you have to have an appeal to something. Now, when you put something on the internet where it's already digital and easy to copy, you have voluntarily put yourself in a position where you've broadcast something to the world. That puts you in a superior position in terms of messaging. The people hearing that message can do different things with that message. Now, in the past, it was harder for them to replicate that message. Not impossible ever, right? But harder. Now you've made it easy. That's on you, bro. That's on you. They've already had the discussion that was, the past few weeks. Intellectual copyright is bad. You can't copyright ideas. And I'm like, the people saying that, the only thing they have of value are their ideas. So they're cutting their own throat. I don't care. I'll watch them bleed out because that's how I am. But I don't think it's a good idea. Where the line is a different question, and it's very hard to answer. And it just gets tricky because let's suppose, this is the example I've been giving for 3 decades about this. Let's suppose I buy a copy of a piece of music, and let's suppose it's already digital. Let's suppose it's a CD. Let's suppose I want to have that copy of music on my computer, and I don't have a CD reader on my computer. If I download somebody else's exact duplicate digital copy that they ripped off of the same pressing of the CD that I have, is that theft? Because it doesn't seem like it could be to me under any rubric. Is that piracy then? I don't know. The piracy discussions back in the day on the bulletin board systems all centered around 3 key issues. The least common of which was, bro, you put it out there, too bad. Not saying that argument wasn't made. It was totally freaking made. And it was hard to refute. Because, you can always say like, well, I put it out there with copyright protection. Yeah, and I put in the time to break your copyright protection. So now I've added value to the process. Well, yeah, you kind of have. Maybe not as much, but maybe you can't write a game and I can. And I can't crack software and you can. How do we swap that value? I don't know, bro. I don't know. So the problem then becomes that's unresolvable. It's flat out unresolvable. I put in the time, energy, and attention to extract your broadcast. And now I'm using it the way I see fit. Well, you broadcast it. You don't have control over how it's used when you broadcast it. Is it piracy? I don't know. The second issue around piracy, oh shoot, now it's gone from my brain. Of course it is. 1, 2, 3. What was 2? 2 was oh no, 2 is loss of control, right? So yeah, sorry, I got one and I got the first 2 confused. Because they often go together. That's really the problem. When you broadcast something, you lose control of it. And so with especially early, you don't have control of it. You don't have control of it. And so it's like, well, you've imposed upon me on this medium. I'm entitled to compensation. It's a hard argument to argue away. The third one is backups. It's always backups. Digital data declines. Actually, I saw a tweet, I think it was earlier today. One of the clowns and those little cults. Oh, SSDs last forever. SSDs do not last forever. Here. SSD. So this needs to be plugged in every once in a while, or it degrades faster than a spinning disk. You know when else it degrades faster than a spinning disk? When it's plugged in all the time. They do not have the lifespan of the old storage. Sorry. Some of them do, but almost none of them have that property. Digital data is not forever. Bit rot is real, and people lose data all the time. Okay? So you need backups. They're not optional. You have to have them. You have to constantly refresh and revivify your digital data by copying it. You have to. You have to. You also need, in case there's a problem, electrical storm, fire, flood, accident. Sometimes operating systems blow up, machines light on fire. I've seen it. I've had it happen. You need a way to get that data back. Okay. So that was always the strongest argument for the pirates, was you can't stop. And the government agreed, by the way. Government agreed back in the day when modems were the thing and there was no internet per se. I mean, it was there, but no one was on it except like me and a few of my friends, and all the universities and the military, right? That the government agreed. Like the courts have agreed. They've already ruled on this. Like now you gotta, and people are entitled to backups to their data. And if you broadcast data and I pick up that data is now mine. Sorry, bro. Like, what do you want me to do? Right. And so it's very hard to differentiate a backup from somebody who had the original CD, but then subsequently lost it, which is what the backup is for, by the way, from somebody who never had the CD, never paid any money, and just stole it. Like, how are you going to differentiate? These are not easy problems to solve. So what the hell is piracy, Ansel? You tell me. I'll wait here, bro. I was in on all those discussions. And copyright is great and all, and it's important, but it's only a guideline at the end of the day. It's only an ideal. And like all ideals, see, the secular has all these ideals that are built up from the myth of World War II. Oh, wait, by the way, because I know it's coming up. You know what? I'll address it then. Let me go through some more comments. John makes me question my faith in other people's faith. John, I have no faith in other people's faith, and I never have. You know what I have faith in? I have faith in what they do, how they participate with me. If you participate with me, I have faith in you. Will you disappoint me? Undoubtedly. I don't care. Sorry, I don't care. I have faith in you if you're willing to participate with me. If you're not even willing to watch me and my videos on other people's channels, not only do I have any faith in you, I'm never going to trust you ever. Ever. Never going to happen. Never going to happen. Not going to happen. If you don't engage, if you come out and start talking about things that you and I both know you weren't there for, yeah, I'm sorry. I'll be really polite to you, and I've always my whole life been polite. I believe in politeness. I think it's super important. I'm going to try to get Rachel Fulton Brown to talk to me about that in June when I get back. But yeah, I'm not going to meet you halfway. I'm not going to happen. I'm gonna walk away from you if you're drowning. I'm just telling you right now, it's gonna happen. I can't trust people that cannot participate with me. I can't. I've done it before. It's always been a mistake. I'm not gonna do it. I don't know what your faith is, and honestly, I really don't care. What I care about is whether or not you participate and how, because that tells me how I can participate with you. Even though you'll disappoint me. But that's where I have faith. I have faith that in spite of the fact that you'll disappoint me, almost certainly, not 100%, because 100% of people don't do it, but like 99.9 do. I'm all in. I'm just all in. It's that simple. This is what puzzle everyone's trying to come up with. Well, how do we know when and who to trust? This is not hard. You're making it hard, but it's not hard. Anyway. Sally Joe, people who want to see volition will in AI or robots just will. Yeah. An amount of people just want to see it, hungry for wonder. Yeah. Just look up that video. It's fantastic. Ixon, singing is all part of being a pirate. A pirate. Yeah. That's true. All right, Benjamin. Against my best judgment. Benjamin Franklin. It gets trickier if people have multiple personality disorder. Yes, well, they do. They don't use the term anymore because the DSM-5 is written by retarded people, much like the DSM-4. Please use the DSM-3 because it wasn't actually wrong enough to worry about. Or dissociative identity disorder. Yeah, that's one of the terms they use now. Which identity the body lays claim to the object? All of them, and who cares? Anselman. What about your image voice on the internet? Anselman, do me a favor. Well, do yourself a favor. Go look up who and when that concept came to be. And then, if you're still confused, for whatever reason, after you look up who the first person to patent their image was, why don't you go watch my video about the myth of World War II? And then think about how apropos your question is in relation to my video. Okay? If that wasn't enough to tell you the answer already, that's fine. I suggest you look it up though, because it's more fun. Step 3, profit. Thanks, Ixnan. It's good. That was really helpful. John, I was amazed how quickly I adapted to subscription music with Pandora and Spotify. I know. I don't own any music anymore, and I don't care. Well, that's kind of true. Although I will say one of the problems with technology in particular is democratization causes a flood and spread things out and makes them all less profitable. So the image that we have is that there's more money in the world than ever before. But I think, I can't prove this because I'd have to do a bunch of math, and I hate math. Math hates me too, so it's fair. It's fair. I think that per capita, wealth has gone down. Now, the spread of wealth has democratized or increased due to capitalism. But I'm not sure that's a good thing. I'm a capitalist, and capital has its place, and capitalism has its place. In a society with no justice system like we have in the United States, it's completely worthless, by the way. That's why I'm poor. And, I keep track of the numbers just because I can't not. I should have $7 million right now. And I have like $7,000 right now. So, I mean, I don't know. It all got stolen. Don, nope, you already did that one. Why are you coming up twice? I don't know. Vinyl's making a comeback out here. Yes, vinyl has made its comeback, Ansem, and it's worth quite a bit of money. I'm not gonna read that anyway. Ansem, I still got a good CD and vinyl collection. I have all my CDs. I have tapes. Sally Joe, I mean, I disappoint Mark regularly. Someone has to. Yeah, thanks, Sally. Appreciate it. Yeah, look, disappointment is everywhere. We live in an imperfect world, and we're imperfect people. If that's a shock to you, then wow, we got a lot more shocks to come. Look, that was the outline for what I wanted to say about AI. If you want more on that, you can join me. I shall post the link. And yeah, feel free to hop in. Man, there's just so much there. It's just so frustrating for me as somebody who actually knows what the hell they're talking about to listen to all these clowns who are clowns. They do not know what they're saying. They have no idea what they're talking about. Understand anything, not only about AI technology, but about technology. They don't understand the history of the technology. They don't understand anything. And if you went to them and you said, like, bro, like, why do you think that LLMs work any differently from tarot cards? They would be like, what are you talking about? That's crazy. Why? It's like, it's not crazy. You just don't understand the technology. It's just a bunch of random weights and a matrix math on an activation function through a network that is formed to a certain shape. That's it. That's the whole thing, guys. There's nothing more to it. There's no like quantum field lurking in the back waiting to leap out into consciousness. Like, no, there would be nothing to hold it, much like the broken myth of World War II. Don, my internet keeps cutting out and then it duplicates my comment. Oh, is that what's going on? Okay, yeah. Like, YouTube has been fantastically broken lately, like all around, like just a YouTube video player and stuff. The notifications are way off. Like, things are whacked. Things are completely whacked. Yeah, it's crazy. Handsome, please don't go all Grail country and do tarot cards. No, I've already talked about tarot cards. Tarot cards were instrumental in helping the development of the knowledge engine model. If you haven't seen that video, you should watch that video. It's awesome. Because of their nature. But no, I'm not going to go all tarot cards. I keep meaning to get back to, I want to watch Grail Country's Tom Bird tarot card BS because Nate, and I've met Nate, and I love Nate, and Nate is an awesome chef. And if you get a chance to eat anything Nate has ever cooked, you should eat it and experience a little slice of heaven on earth, because that is what that is. But Nate is generally a crazy person who's wrong about everything, and that's good to know. And he keeps claiming that that is not about any kind of mysticism or occultism. And I don't know how you talk about tarot cards with their history, because I do know the history of tarot cards, and not straight into occultism and mysticism. That seems like a contradiction to me. And given Nate's penchant for contradiction as such, it seems unlikely that his claim that he's not doing anything mystical or occult in that conversation is realistic. That I mean, like, I don't know how, like, I just seriously don't know how you would get around it. And I'm not even saying it can't be done. I'm saying I don't know how you would do that. And that's why I want to watch his videos on Tom Berg and the tarot, because I'm like, how did you avoid talking about the history of tarot? I mean, this is fascinating to me. Or are you just saying, no, it's not mystical. No, really, it's not a cult. No, really, right? Because he does that. He does that with lots of things, by the way, not just Christian anarchy, which is an obvious contradiction in terms. Anselman, Tomberg seems to just have been smugly anthroposophacy, occultism into Christianity. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's a sorcerer, right? Like, that's what I thought. But I don't know. Not a sorcery club here, Sally Joe. That's correct. Sally Joe is correct. It's not a sorcery club. That's not what we do. We don't actually do sorcery here. We don't like sorcery. Not really a sorcery fan. Familiar with it. Also, please avoid sorcery. It's not good for you. It's not good for them. Ixnat, I've only heard people argue that tarot is acceptable mysticism. Yeah, I don't know. Tarot is not unuseful. I think the problem is that, like all of these things, no one knows where the line is. And so much like with yoga, do the yoga poses invite demons into your body? I have no idea. Does it sound smart to test that theory? It really kind of doesn't. Does it sound smart to prejudge and make an assumption about that not being the case? That doesn't sound smart. That just doesn't sound wise. You have the distributed cognition of a couple thousand years telling you these things are bad. Maybe that distributed cognition has to know things that you can never know, and therefore you should just believe it. I don't know. It's a thing. Sally Joe, not going to hate on people for being weird in their alone time, not going to promote it where its influence can hurt the weak. Right, because we are a no on evil. That is correct, Sally. Oh, yeah, I've forgotten that formulation of yours. That's a great formulation, right? What you do in private is one thing, right? But when you promote something that could influence others in a way where they could hurt themselves, that's definitely where we draw the line. Ixnon, not on Grail Country, but elsewhere. Yeah, well, I don't know. I got to watch the Grail Country thing. Lynn, it's good to see you, Lynn. We have lost a lot of money. Politicians sold us out. I have to go do my Bible in a year now. There you go, Lynn. Go do that. Anselman, Ixnot, and influence JP. Yeah, well, I don't know. is endorsing Thunberg. I don't know. Really? I don't know who. Yeah, I don't. The binary thinkers have run out. Like the liberals have run out. The individualists have run out. They have to go after things outside of their sphere because their sphere is failing. Part of that's the myth of World War II. Part of that is the promise that caused the myth of World War II, which is a whole bigger topic that maybe someday I'll have to cover, but I loathe the idea. I do have plans for another history video with Adam, by the way. I may record that while I'm on vacation. We'll see. We'll see how the schedules work out. Because Adam's busy getting married, so if I can get him before I actually see him in Ireland, God willing, then I will. And what we're going to talk about there is not finalized, but it's going to be something like Otto von Bismarck and his role and the role of what's happening in that period of history. We'll say after the collapse of the monarchies of Europe, right, or during the collapse of the monarchies of Europe, or the final gasp of the monarchies of Europe is probably the better way to say it, and how that is what leads to the myth of World War II. Like, so a lot of the myth of World War II is wrapped up in Bismarck. And he's a love him, hate him guy for me, because I'm always like, man, if he had just been the king and not like influenced all the people below him in that way, then I think he would have made the best king in 500 years or something crazy. But I could be wrong about that, and Adam will school me up. So we'll find out. I don't, it should be a good lit talk anyway. So we're gonna light it up, baby. Because now the door's been open, like I said. Peugeot opened the door, and now I can talk about this stuff. So many more things I want to talk about too, and I can't. Like, I just can't. So I'll wait it out. Yeah, and I like this answer. Otto von missed the mark. He didn't, though. Like, he was right about a lot of stuff. That was always the problem. You don't get the world's greatest battleship named after you for nothing. But also, when you don't recognize trade-offs, your enemies come in and bomb the sheep out of you. Castle
Hey.
Robot Destroyer. I love it, sir. I love it. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. This was it was very interesting timing that you picked this topic for this week. But yeah, I don't know. It is a topic that was coming up. It was a topic that was coming up a lot this week. Just a lot of the really weird stuff that you kind of mentioned. There's so much weird stuff. Like, there's so many things in the history of this AI stuff, and a lot of to your point, actually, because you talked about automatons and stuff like that, and how they were even in these like sort of Enlightenment time stuff that they had these little things, but the automaton stuff is actually even way older than that. Like, automatons are actually mentioned in the book of Daniel. Like, there's the weird thing that the Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, was worshiping. He had multiple of these, but one of them was actually, it was an idol that they made that had like mechanical system to make it look like it was eating. And so this is like a whole thing that comes up where, the king of Babylon is like, oh, what do you mean this thing isn't real? Like, obviously he's eating all the food that I give it and everything. And then Daniel uncovers the fact that it was actually people that were utilizing the thing, and then they were sneaking back, and he catches their footprints by scattering ash, but they were going back and eating it themselves, and all this stuff. But it was very much like, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain type of thing.
Yeah.
But it's like, no, that was happening in Babylon. Like when they talked about like the people making these weird like wooden and metal idols and stuff, a lot of times there was like actual puppetry and mechanics going on with those. Like, they weren't, some of them were just like solid pieces of junk, but some of them, I think even the Egyptians might have had weird weird
Yeah,
little
maybe.
contraptions and stuff, or like moving statues, like things that like action figures almost, where it's just like, you had like some sort of
Yep.
articulation, and so people would manipulate that so that you could, it would give the effect as though the thing was interacting or responding or something.
Moving statues, automatically opening doors. Yeah, Egypt had a lot of stuff.
Yeah. And so so ultimately it's again, it's like, there's not anything new under the sun type of stuff. I mean, even like the whole, like the non-human intelligence thing is actually something that even like the church fathers were denouncing among like the pagans that were around them and stuff. Like they had to shut this stuff down. It's nothing about it is actually new. But
Right.
yeah,
Right.
it's unfortunate. But and it's interesting as well. I mean, you mentioned like ultimately they're tools that you could really do most of these functions with just basic computing anyway. And so, it's like you're winding up using all of these way more sophisticated, high maintenance means of just getting a simple job done. And something that, you see is you get all these big AI companies and stuff, and they're like, oh yeah, pretty soon this thing's going to be able to run on its own. And then they just need to keep hiring people to constantly maintain the thing. And it's just like, yeah, no, you're not automating it and needing fewer people. Now you need a ton of people to operate this puppet,
When that's been the argument all along. It's like, no, we're just transforming jobs with AI. It's like, then why is this a net plus? And what is the cost? Like, how many slaves does it take to make your LLM work? Because nobody thinks of it that way, but actually that's the way it is.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what to tell you. And then like, oh, Uber's going to replace it. Uber's business model, Uber's whole business plan, by the way, you can read this. Like, no one ever does any research. You can read this stuff. They said from the beginning, our plan is that we're going to have self-driving cars do all the work. Okay. So, well, first of all, in the meantime, how many slaves have you made, deliver food to your door, right? Which was one of many pushes by different parties with different end goals in mind during the fake news virus scam. We're going to try our business model out of delivery only and tell everybody to stay inside. This benefits us. We're going to boost that signal. That wasn't our signal, but we're going to boost it because it benefits us. We've got billions with a B, probably tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions of dollars wrapped up in this project to deliver food to people, or to have in-home delivery and get rid of the retail shop altogether, which is so ignorant of basic human psychology that I wonder if any of these people have one brain cell between all of them. Because it's just like, we're hunting creatures, guys. I don't know what else to tell you. I was shocked. I probably mentioned this before. Utterly shocked. I go into the advertising business, right, with this banner ad company that does banner ads on the web, early web, and they're like, oh yeah, well, we don't know why Black Friday is Black Friday. We don't understand the mechanism behind why that's the busiest shopping day of the year. And I'm just sitting there staring at them all like, you guys are in marketing. Marketing should know something about psychology. It's the biggest shopping day of the year because everyone's with their family and the families go out and hunt together. That's all that's happening there. Like, it's not some complicated, like, ooh, dig up Bernays and ask him, what are you talking about? Like, it's that simple. And the number of people that don't know that, it blows my mind. I'm like, have you observed humans in the wild? Like your friends, like your coworker. Like, is it really no one knows any psychology? They just know all these psychological terms from Freud and Jung that have been manipulated and destroyed by lesser minds over the years. And now they don't even have a copy of the DSM-3, which is actually mostly correct, by the way, because before anybody bothers. Yeah, I read the whole fucking thing. Okay. So don't even go there. Okay. Don't even go there because you don't know how good my memory is. And that might end very badly for you very quickly. So don't waste your time. Don't waste your time because people have been testing my patience. No, when I say I know something, I actually know it. I know you don't do that. Not you, Castle. You wouldn't do that. I know my opponents don't do that ever on one thing ever, right? But that ain't me. And they're just projecting their own insecurity onto me. I don't talk about things I don't know about. It's a cheap trick. It's a dirty trick, if you want to think of it that way. but I come by it honestly. So stick that where the sun don't shine, right? But like, it's amazing to me that people don't understand basic psychology, that they don't understand the history of ELISA and how it fooled everybody. And it's not even AI. It's not even remotely close to anything like AI. It doesn't work along any of the same principles as AI at all. Like, it's a fantastically simple piece of software. Everybody had a book on programming. Like, I had one that was like, and it was 1,001 programming projects, all written in BASIC. BASIC, the basic programming language. What does BASIC stand for, Mark? Beginner's All-Purpose Symbolic Instruction Code. Is there anything else about computers you'd like to know? Because if I don't know it, it has nothing to do with computers. How's that? Like, I know this stuff cold. Like, this is ridiculous. People need to calm the hell down. Think about how many people you're enslaving for your stupid little AI projects. Because there's all the people making the chips. There's all the people designing chips. There's all the people testing all that stuff. There's all the people assembling the machines and shipping them out to you, right? And then there's all the people using them. Oh, boy, that's a lot of people. Yeah, and what are their lives like? Oh, well, for the ones in Asia, not great. Not great. A lot of slavery going on. And then it just turns out that we've almost gotten to the point where we've admitted you can't make a self-driving car. Well, we already knew that. Thanks for catching up. And what's really going on? Well, what's really going on is the wealthy people have a new toy, and you guys are all paying attention to them. For some reason, I don't know what. Now, having said all that, I'm using AI. It's working great for me. I'm totally getting my money's worth out of it. But also, I'm a technologist with 35 plus years of professional experience, and I know exactly what these things are good for and what they're terrible at. And so, and I also have uses for them because I do crazy things, like I grab all the Girard lectures out of the David Cayley talk and put them into Notebook LM after transforming them 2 times, because man, it takes forever to do work nowadays. In the old days, this would be easy. Yeah, I transcribed everything. I downloaded all the files. I transcribed them all, right? And that's AI. And then I threw the transcripts in the AI, and now I can ask the AI questions. Pretty good use. Research tool, if you know how to research, best research tool of all time. Best. At Notebook LM, man. Notebook LM is the top, absolute top, because it can do the LLM thing. Like, the LLM thing's very useful for research. It is the thing. Actually, there's other ways to do that. We've had similar, word distance features. The real transformation in that technology is not the algorithm. It's the storage type. It's called vector database. So there you go. Like, no one's going to tell you that. Right? They're going to tell you, like, oh, it's new. It's not new algorithms. Jeffrey Hinton had all this nailed down in the 90s. We didn't have this stuff working that well in the 90s. Vector databases come around. That changes things, because now the storage system works in concert with the AI in a way that it couldn't before. It's effectively what happened. You can't use a standard database with an LLM. Not that an LLM can't work on a standard database. It's that an LLM data backend for that's a database is terrible compared to a vector database. So yeah. And anybody want to talk to me about AI? Because I will make you look like a fool unless you're just there to ask me questions so I can explain to you how dumb everyone else is being. Because that's about the only thing I'm interested in. It's just like righting the wrongs of my industry here, or at least the misuse of it.
Well, have you seen, and I'm sure you probably have, but the ridiculous thing about how, and like I have seen this before, is before I kind of stopped looking at the news, but you start to see, like, oh yeah, these people are doing like the lazy college student thing, and they're totally like just phoning in their articles and stuff. You can tell that the news articles are, almost entirely done by AI. And it's super, super cheap. But the thing is, they have these companies that are just generating these articles all the time. And an issue that was actually just brought to my attention earlier today is that really popular online dictionaries, which I was looking at, because I remember I was like, man, why do I hate Webster's Online Dictionary? Because I go and I look on it and I'm like, all of the things where it says, oh, let's see this word used in a sentence, it's all complete garbage. And I've
Mhm.
seen that for a while now. I was like, this is really bad. So I had to go. That was actually one of the things that sparked me going like really deep into the etymology stuff. And it's because I couldn't trust just how bad the examples they had
Yep.
were. And so good for me, right? But not for everybody else. And the problem is that apparently these big online dictionaries are using news articles for their and other articles that are produced by these companies, which they're pumping out, thousands upon
Mhm.
thousands. I think they get something like, as of 2024, they were saying something like 100 million views a month or something insane, and it's like, oh yeah, so and it's reputable news organizations that they're putting these onto because they're outsourcing their articles, I guess, um,
Right.
and and even I guess a lot of times they have those guys where it's like, oh, you can have you can apply to be a journalist on this thing and you can submit articles and everything and then it gets approved. So I'm sure a lot of those guys are using this stuff too. But anyway, like that's the information from which these dictionaries are using their stuff. And then you've got like the AIs then using the dictionaries right for their examples, and it keeps getting worse and worse.
Guess who adopted early AI first?
Mm,
The dictionaries.
that makes sense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can track with Oxford in particular. Well, I can use Oxford, so I'll tell you. Look, guys. I There's no incentive for me to brag. I read the Oxford Dictionary up to the letter L when I was young, like when I was like 14, until I figured out this wasn't going to tell me what I wanted to know.
Mm,
Which it's quite a long time to make a mistake. Actually, I'm not bragging. I'm kind of like, look how stupid I am. I went all the way up to L before I was like, wait a minute, this doesn't have any. This isn't giving me what I want, right? Because of course, what I was searching for in the dictionary was meaning, and there's no meaning in the dictionary.
mm,
In spite that some people may confuse definition and meaning. Words don't have meanings; they have definitions. Um, Meaning arises from content plus context, which you'll know if you saw my video on words and meaning. If you haven't seen that video, you should watch that video along with all my others because I have 4 years worth of videos somehow. How have I been doing this for 4 years? I don't know. So I remember, because I'm me, what that dictionary said. That's way back in the 80s, baby. And so I can catch the Oxford when it's changed the definition for a bunch
mm,
of words. Not all of them, a little bit more than half, I'd say, something in that
yeah.
range. We had the Oxford unabridged. I read the Oxford unabridged up until L.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Well, look, I was never a sane, well, happy person. So
Oh,
it is
that's
what it
fine.
is. It's too late now. It's too
I'm not
late
going to
now.
fault you on it.
Thank you. So those dictionary companies were using AI and AI derivative or the technologies that are pre-AI. So there's a lot of stuff that AI does, like the LLMs do with word distance, that you can do without LLMs. That technology was in use by the dictionary companies a long time ago. You can see that change. And that's one of the changes, is that the sentence usage looks wrong immediately. And you're like, that's
Mm,
a little bit of a weird use of that word. It's like, yeah, it's an unnatural use of the word. Well, that's AI
yeah.
or a derivative or an AI, precursor technology. And you can do the word length distance thing by using an SVM and training it on a corpus. So an SVM, it works nothing, 0% like a neural net, 0%. It's a very straightforward algorithm, support vector machine algorithm. There's a standard library for it. It's been around forever. I've used it. Actually, there's a couple, I think. But yeah, SVMs are cool as hell. They're awesome. There's all this technology. Like I said, I went to Silicon Swap and Fred's talking about swarm intelligence, and it didn't click. And then I was like, oh, I know all this stuff. The
Yeah.
neat algorithm. And I'm like, I had the neat algorithm. I played with that. Right. Those technologies are quite capable of doing 99% of what AI does. Now, it doesn't do it as well. I understand that. Believe me, I physically have done these algorithms. I understand how well they work. Um, yeah, it doesn't do it as well. Could it? Maybe. Maybe it could even do it better. I'm not sure. Um, a lot of it comes down to how you store your data and not your algorithms. People put way too much emphasis on algorithms. Algorithms are not the thing. Data storage is the thing. Data storage is far more important. Far more important. A good data storage system can cover up a ton of algorithmic sins.
Yeah, it's such a mess. I remember actually being very frustrated with something kind of similar with the dictionary, because I remembered I kept asking what words meant. And so, like I was very young and everything. And then so eventually somebody got it was a very useful thing, but and it was thoughtful, but I know it was also out of kind of a little bit of an impatience that I was gifted a dictionary. And I remembered getting irritated because I just started looking up random words, and I was just really enjoying learning the definitions of words so that I could start actually using them. But one of the things that I ran into really quickly is that a lot of these dictionaries, and maybe it just, I didn't have, it probably wasn't, I think it was a Merriam-Webster one, probably. But the thing that I kept running into is that a lot of the definitions were self-referential. So it was like, I want to look up like toughness, and it's like the condition of being tough, and it's like, nice. Now I need to go look up the actual word. Like, why did you even bother? And it was constantly just self-referencing itself to the point where I was like, a lot of this dictionary is actually just fluff. Like, I'm not getting anything. Like, that's something that I really enjoy with the etymology dictionary, is that you can at least find like, what is the root of ness, right? And it's just like that at least helps me with something, And surprisingly, that dictionary doesn't have that many, like the one that I use, or even like when I commented in the Discord thing, when I pull from there, there's not actually that many words compared to like the Merriam-Webster's dictionary or something like that in there. Like they have all the common words, but they don't actually go and claim to just have everything. Whereas the other ones do stuff all the words, but then most of them don't even have, I don't know about most, but there's a large number of them that don't even have definitions.
Most of them are abridged. Unabridged dictionaries are enormous. They're just like they're a huge number of pages. And they're usually on very thin paper with very small typeface. Or sorry, very small font.
Yeah.
Can you tell I watched a video on the difference between typefaces and fonts recently?
I don't think I should know.
It was good. It was an interesting video. Of course, it was a Brit. Sally Joe, man, I feel sorry for just looking pictures in the Encyclopedia Britannica. I had an Encyclopedia Britannica, good stuff. I know how it works too. The diagrams and stuff were cool though. Yeah, so there's the guy who runs Table Rock Tea, Steve Lorch. He's got a book, and in the opening to his book, his friend wrote the foreword or the preface or whatever it is, and he's just talking about Steve as a guy, and he's like, yeah, Steve wanted to help people, in third world countries to get water. And I'm like, well, there you go. Can't get a more noble cause, a more realistic cause than help people get water. And he quickly realized that the problem was basically that all these people come in with brand new well equipment, they dig a well and they leave, and then that requires technology to maintain. So Steve decided, no, we need to dig a well using old technology. So he did what any of us would do. This is what's written in the book, roughly. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but this is what's written in the book. He did what any of us would do. Went to his, I think it was an 1869 copy of some encyclopedia, and I was like, well, yeah, that's my first go-to right there. Is my family copy of whatever encyclopedia. And then he found, the entry for well drilling. And from that, he derived well drilling that could be done pretty much with any indigenous, trees or whatever. And that's what he spread around Africa.
Nice.
Right. And then it is like, well, that's why I support Table Rock Tea. So there you go. Steve's awesome. He's awesome. And he's invented a bunch of other stuff, usually surgical tools. He was a surgical nurse guy, yeah. Handsome, and we've come a long way since Sandra Johnson's compiling of the dictionary. A long way down a hole we keep digging the bottom of. Is that what you mean? Sally Joe, man, at 89 Britannica said as an LLM would be more useful than Google these days. Well, if I had the resources, I would be putting them into projects like that. But hey, I don't run the world yet. Hanselman, I heard that Johnson defined oats as something Englishman feeds his horse and something a Scotsman feeds himself. That is the most accurate definition of oats I've ever heard. Probably the most accurate definition of oats that could be made. Ixnon, etymology is super useful for English. Yes. Yes, it is. Sally Joe, the stability of facts was always a facade. It just used to move slower. That is correct. Well, and it was more stable when it moved slower. This compression of time that we're doing has already resulted in us not knowing what time is and therefore not knowing how to handle sequence. But yeah, it's had other, say, negative side effects as well. Anselman, study of insects?
Yeah.
This is why no one likes the Scots. Sally Joe, love having a big honking Webster, though. That's true. Found some old ones in Goodwill. Oh, yeah, I didn't think about that. Answer, my jokes are becoming as tired as I am. I should head for bed shortly. Well, go to sleep, sir, and sleep well. Yeah, Ixnon, yes. Your jokes are great. That's true. Your jokes are great, Ansel, and we miss them. RJ, time is an illusion. Lunchtime, doubly so. Douglas Adams, yes. Well, you know what? I mean, I really like Douglas Adams, but democratizing access to Douglas Adams was not good for the society. I'm sorry, RJ. And maybe that doesn't apply to you, RJ. But A, I'm not 100% sure, my friend. But also B, it doesn't really matter now, does it? If the cost of everybody else gets a hold of it too is too high, then you getting a hold of it for your enjoyment may not be a good deal. Primary problem in our world today, Castle. Right? Like this is happening all over tech. People are like, "Ew, we have AI." And it's like, "Well, yeah, but the bad guys are using AI to steal data and break into computers."
Yeah.
And nobody, I'm like, "Guys, you've opened a Pandora's box. You're really not."
It's all like vice of curiosity stuff, where it's just like you can't just be satisfied with the stuff that you have. I think it was there were two things. I think it was Blaise Pascal because he invented some sort of calculator, and he said, "Yeah, don't ever." He actually like warned people and said, "Yeah, don't mistake this for thinking. Like this is just some stuff I put together so that you can you can use as a calculator. Don't ever mistake this for actual human thought or any of that stuff." And I think it was that Enlightenment thinker Hobbes saw it and immediately said, "This is exactly what thinking is like." And it was just like, nice, dude. Like you didn't even listen to the inventor. But
Hobbes, to be fair, Hobbes is a midwit. So everybody misses that about him. Not that he didn't have good things to say, but so do 3-year-olds. So like, you're gonna need more than that to impress me, bro.
Yeah, it's a mess. And then I think it was also Blaise Pascal that said like most of the world's problems could be resolved if people could actually just sit alone in a room quietly, for a while. Like if they were capable of just doing that for a set amount of time, not even indefinitely. Like if they could just do that for a few minutes.
That's come up a number of times. Well, I always use that as the measure of a man. How long can you sit alone staring at a wall in a room by yourself? Quietly. Go ahead. Just let me know with no music or anything, with no stimulus. Just tell me what the number is. And they always get cute, right? They're like, "Well, how long could you do it?" And I'm like, 4 hours, but I got bored and stopped because I figured 4 hours was enough. And they just stare at me and they don't believe me. And I'm like, I don't care. I can still do it. And you still can't do 4 minutes. So I'm not worried because you're at a disadvantage. And I know that now. So like, maybe do what you want to do, man. It's all good to me.
Yeah.
It's all good to me. Let me read. RJ, it's pretty easy to see who knows where the towel is. Well, maybe RJ, maybe not. Anselman, Slowdy Bartfest. Yeah, I just have to say it though. It's not important. Yeah, a Scotsman would be like that. Sally Joe, the good thing about making YouTubes is that it's time travel, and the past use will come back. Will come with us to what future is up to, and together we'll really get it done. Well, yeah, that's true. Pascal was Jansen. Wait, was Jansen his arm? What? I'm lost on that one, Anselman. Sorry, you've got the better of me, Scotsman. We've been bested by a Scotsman, Castle. I don't know what to do.
Maybe
I mean,
Janssen, like yanking. I don't know.
Janssen.
Pulling his arm.
Janssen his
I don't
arm.
know.
Pulling his arm, I guess. I don't know. We can just blame the Scots. It's fine. I've been there. I can make fun of them. It's fine. And get a whole zombie city. Edinburgh's just full of zombies. It's
you've said.
so bizarre, dude. I was like, zombies are real. Zombies are here. I need to get out of here. And I was like, oh, these are harmless zombies. It's okay.
Mm.
It wasn't that bad. Well, the cocaine will eat your brain, but I didn't do any of that. So, Sally. By the way, Edinburgh, #1 drug city in Europe. Sally Joe. I mean, I can sit alone in a room by myself, but I'm not going to be alone in there, so it really won't be fair. That's not the same thing, Sally.
Yeah.
Hanselman is chancing his arm, not an American saying.
Not at all.
No. Why do Scotsmen think they know anything about my country? You think you watch a couple of our movies and you know something about this place? I can't wait, Castle. So, as you know, Sarah's been going nuts, right? Because I've been trying to explain. She's like, how do I dress for the Midwest? And I'm like, you don't. Like, you just assume you could have any weather on any given day. And by any weather, I mean 40 or 50 degree temperature swing in the day. And she can't conceive of this because we didn't grow up that way. So she's having a hard enough time adjusting to the South, where instead of 30 degree temperature swings, you get 40 degree temperature swings every year, right? So I'm like, no, they have 50 degree temperature swings. And it was 95 there the other day. It was like 34 today and rainy. So you know what you're going to get. But also, she hasn't been to the Midwest.
Mm.
So I'm like, you're not going to believe that this is part of the same country or the same land or the same physical geographical space or anything. It's going to be so foreign to you. It's just going to freak you out. And, it's 2.5 days of driving out there. So it's just
into the grassy void.
Yeah. Right. RJ, it's not meat. I love it. I love it. Yeah, Americans don't say that. No, we really don't. RJ, because Scotsmen be Scots, man. True. Anselm, what's like us? Damn few. Thank God. It's God's gift to us is that Scotsmen are all in Scotland. Unfortunately, we couldn't contain them. Although we contain them here by giving them the Appalachians. So the few in the Ozarks, I think. But fine. We gave them their own mountains. They're fine. They'll be fine.
It's not a bad deal. I'll take a mountain.
Oh, dude, doing because I went to Edinburgh and then I went and did the part of the Blue Ridge Parkway, and it's all Scots Irish there, and I'm like, oh, it all makes sense now because this is exactly like Scotland. It's 0% different. This is like Inverness, like this, like is There's no difference at all. The weather, the whole thing. I was like,
oh, wow,
the weather's just like Edinburgh. Because I had the top down in the convertible. I'm driving through these tunnels through the mountains, and I love tunnels. So like that place is heaven for me. I'd be happier if I tried.
Nice.
And I'm driving through these little tunnels, and on the other side of the tunnel, because you're going through a little peak, there's no more sun. It's raining. I got to put the top up. I'm like, what happened? I don't understand. It was like, it wasn't a mile. How was it raining? It was sunny back there. What happened? Oh yeah, I'm like, this is just like Edinburgh and Inverness. This is the same. Although to be fair, Inverness was like very cold. Very cold. November was not the right time to. I mean, it was fine. I had a lovely time, but yeah, November was not the right time to do that.
Mm.
Sally Joe, woo, come to the void. Yeah. RJ, hey, the Scots had the best version of enlightenment. Well, that actually is 1,000 billion% true. We owe everything to the Scottish Enlightenment. Everything. And if you don't differentiate at least 3 different types of enlightenment, then I can't talk to you about history because you're dumb. It's that simple. You're just dumb. Sally Joe, let me go further into the void to see Father Eric. That's true, Sally. We're gonna go further into the void. Ixnay, what's very cold, Mark? It was New England winter cold, like January in New England. It was pretty cold. I was well, you're in freaking Alaska or some bullshit, right? Like that's not a real place. No, I was like, well, I'm glad I brought my New England gear because I still like I can't do cold, right? My illness ever since when I was in New England, I was driving my old convertibles with the top down in New England when it was 34 degrees outside. I did not care. If it was sunny, I would have the top down in my car. Like I just was impervious to the cold. And now if it's below 60, I'm like shivering and gonna die. And so when I went to Scotland, Inverness in particular, because Inverness was much colder than Edinburgh, because it's quite a bit further north. It's 4 hours on a train. 9 rainbows though, so it was totally worth it. It was really cold. We could only stay out at the point. There's a point where you're at the furthest point out on the bay to the ocean, and you could see. I have pictures with the Nikon of the mountain peak with snow on it, and like that was only visible for like 5 minutes, and then it became occluded by clouds again. So that was gift from God stuff, for sure. Like we were freezing out there, and I had my New England gear on. It was very cold. The wind was unbelievable. It wouldn't stop because we were right on the ocean, or right on the North Sea, basically. It was absolutely frigid. Anselm, I wrote a little poem about meeting a date in rainy Edinburgh. Dude, what is going on? Edinburgh is unbelievably unimaginable. Like I have dreams, and I'm like, I want one of my dreams to be as 10th as gorgeous as Edinburgh. Seriously, I'm not being hyperbolic, and I can't do it. Like I can't do it. I can't. That place is gorgeous. It's beyond gorgeous. My head was on a swivel. Like, because you can't look anywhere and not see something just literally awesome, right? Like, it's unbelievable. Got published in an anthology. Oh, we have a published author. Wow. Ben Nevis. I've heard of that before. I don't know why or in what context off the top of my brain here, but I didn't know we were graced by royalty here. I guess that'll Prince's Street Gardens in the Sun is marvelous. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I could have spent another week there, maybe with a better person. I mean, she was working at the time, so fair enough. She had a PhD in psychology, published. Not very bright, but published. PhD in psychology, didn't know about the sweaty t-shirt experiment until Peterson. Like, how do you get a PhD in psychology and you don't know the seminal work in psychology? I'm not following. Here I am around a PhD in psychology, and I'm like, I think I know 10 times more about psychology than you do, and you have a PhD, and you're published. I don't know about the psychology thing, Castle. Not a fan. I think psychology is like astronomy. And what I was told about astronomy was, can't be an engineer, you go into astronomy to get your degree, or journalism. Yeah. And, absolutely, journalists are all retarded.
It's unfortunate. Like I was super into like learning about the psychology stuff a few years ago. And then now it's just all of the things that I thought that stuff fixed. There's just better solutions to. Like just actually leaps and bounds, way faster, way easier.
Yeah, I don't know. RJ, so you think you're an artsy poet, do you? I'm making Mark say things. If you say so. Oh man, it's sad too to watch people engage with psychology as though it has an answer to something, and then they start acting, they're using the terms, right? They're acting like, and it's like, I'm not saying it has no uses, but also, let's review, shall we? This does not do what you think it does. It doesn't do what it claims to do. It's not a science at all.
Mm.
There are some correct science things in it, and there are some good studies available that tell you a lot, but mostly, for most of the things that are done, their conclusions are completely incorrect. And I've actually thought about doing a video on this, and I keep actually just forgetting because I'm just kind of all over the place all the time. I wanted to gather together a bunch of these psychological findings that people talk about, and I was going to grab the myth that Gerard talks about because I think I already covered it, but I want to cover it
Mm.
again. Like the gorilla and the hose thing,
Yeah.
I don't know if you know the finding about the monkeys versus the I think it's the 4-year-old and the copying to get the snack.
I don't think I heard that one.
Oh, that's a good one. So if a human goes through a bunch of things, a bunch of operations, and then at the end they pull open a drawer and there's a snack there or something, the monkey will just do the last step.
Hmm.
The human child will try to do all the steps.
Yeah.
Right. And this is totally read backwards all the time. And I haven't looked it up. I mean, I'm aware of the study. I understand it. I get the sinking feeling that it is the way people portray it and that they're actually reading the conclusion. And I'm like, that is the opposite of the correct conclusion somehow. I don't know how you guys got that wrong. This is so fascinating. Like they don't understand anything. I'm like, how do you not understand all of these things? There's a bunch of things that would indicate to you why the child's approach is actually correct. And you're missing all of it. You're missing all of it. All of it. So I have to go read the study because I'm sure I haven't. I've read a lot of them, but I haven't read that one. And find out what it actually says. But either way, I want to do like the common misconception version and say this is what it is. The other thing I thought of doing that I'm really tempted to do, although man, it's a sheep load of work, is I want to grab all the sci-fi. So Babylon 5, Andromeda, classic Star Trek. I know there's a fourth one. Oh, well, like 7, obviously, right? And just do the philosophical clips out of them and do just a whole YouTube channel on that. And I'm like, oh, that sounds like so much fun. Then I'm
That
like,
probably would be fun.
like I'm not already doing too much stuff.
Yeah, it would probably take an insane amount of time, but you probably have fun the whole time.
Well, I wouldn't mind that so much if if the patent stuff were going, I'd probably embark on it, right? But the patent stuff is still nowhere in sight.
Mm-hmm.
If the little business I'm trying to get going were going, if I could make heads or tails out of the tests that I ran today and they were positive, maybe. But yeah, without income coming in, there's no way I can do those projects. I'm way too nervous about everything else that's going on. Yeah, I don't know. Sally Joe, PhD is just starting to mean not be able to get along enough to get a driver's license. True. Well, I mean, that video is coming out, Sally. Actually, that video is coming out. You're going to be interested. I've got 4 really good videos. RJ can confirm does not do what people think it does. Yeah. Can confirm. P hacking should be punishable by internship. Yes. Ansman, does a doctor in psychology do psychological operations? Excellent. RJ, no, they do clinical hours. Lol. That's true. Farscape. Yeah, we could do Farscape. Yeah, I should get a list together and actually start doing it. I'm rewatching Bab 5 anyway, but I have to go back and go through seasons 1 and 2 again from scratch. But yeah, it's like threaten me with a good time. Well, and I've got they released Blake 7 on DVD, at least the first season, on Blu-ray rather. So I've got Blake 7 first season on Blu-ray.
Oh, nice.
So we've got that sitting there. And yeah, the other day the internet went out for like a day. No, for 14 hours, 14 or 15 hours. And
Basically a day.
the TV doesn't work at all.
Oh,
Like absolutely nothing on the TV works, including Plex, which is local, and including Home Run, which is local. These are local boxes I have in my house. One of them just runs my TV antennas and turns them into digital signals. That doesn't work either without internet. And I'm like, who wrote these pieces of software? Are you people retarded? Like, and then it's like, no, that's the wrong question, Mark. You already know they're retarded. The question is, how retarded are these people? Like, just how stupid are you? Why would you make using this product that I bought, that I have in my home, that I'm running locally, contingent on the internet? Like, why would you do that to me? Do you want me to hunt you down? Because I will. Like, why would you do this? This makes no sense at all. The whole purpose of this is to have something to use when the internet is down and you're telling me it doesn't work. Like, what are you doing? No, and here's the funny part. Works fine on the computer.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm like, what is happening? Why?
Gosh. Yeah, they
I
keep doing
couldn't
this.
believe it.
They keep doing this with everything from like apps to even like games and stuff. And I see people
I
just
know.
get mad all the time where it's just like, oh, it's online only. It's just like, yeah, they're just going to say that the servers are too expensive, or yeah, you're going to lose internet. And then this thing that has no reason, this app or whatever, that has no reason to be connected to the internet, it's just going to tell you, oh, well, you need to sign in order to authenticate. And because you can't do that, then sorry, we can't let you in. No.
It's just horrible. I'm like, I don't understand why this is like this. This is just absolutely awful. And yeah, I mean, most of it's just engineers who don't know any better and never thought about that use case. And I'm like, why are these people allowed to touch the keyboard? I mean, dude, when I was young, I was very big on, if you can't code, you shouldn't have access to a compiler, period, end of statement. Like, very big on that. I was like, no, you should not try to democratize coding. That's a mistake. Always. I was always like that. I would tell people flat out. I would tell people all the time flat out, like, this for me is an actual religious issue. If you are a good programmer, you are God to me, and that's just the way it is. And I just told people, like, I'm not having an argument with you about this. This is not an arguable thing. Like, this is the highest form, and that's it. And I wasn't half kidding. I was 100% in on this whole thing. Like, this was it. But I never got worshipful about it. I was never, because I knew programmers. I mean, I hung out I did a video today that I released on my personal channel because somebody commented and said, hey, you should talk about free software and the business model for Stallman. And I went, well, considering I talked to Stallman about that back in the day, I guess I should talk. This is something I actually know quite a bit about. I had many conversations with those retards about free software back before it was called open source. I was there. I met them. I know them all, right? Like, they probably don't remember me. Maybe one or two of them does because they're brilliant. You don't know what the hell they remember. Holy crap. I thought my memory was good. No, my memory's terrible. Their memory's good. Unbelievable. But yeah, I mean, it's like, oh yeah, like back then, that was like a big deal. Software, knowing how to code, all that stuff was super important. And I was hanging out with the best of the best, man. I saw one of the early supercomputers. I forget what it was called now. I'll remember someday. It wasn't a Cray, it was one of the other ones that MIT had upstairs. Because one day I was there and one of the guys was like, oh yeah, have you been upstairs? And I'm like, what do you mean upstairs? And he's like, oh, in the blah, blah, blah room. And I'm like, oh, I know what the blah, blah, blah room is. That's like take me to the tabernacle, And he's like, oh, let's go. I've got the keys, I'm like, really? You're going to let me in that room? Like, you're kidding. I'm like 17, right? Like, they didn't care. Yeah, he's showing off the supercomputers at MIT. And I was like, this is awesome. Oh, I was in heaven. It was fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Let's see. What do we got here? RJ. I like to measure incompetence in Kanye's. Then you're not understanding what's going on at all. I'd give makes tech issues 2.5 Kanye's. You're way off on this, RJ. We were talking about this earlier today, actually. Sally was going over this symbolism on the server about some of the videos, not the songs, the videos. She's like, watch this video from one of his earlier albums, and I'm like, what? I never even heard of this stuff, right? I'm just like, whatever. I don't pay attention to that stuff. I'm watching a video. I'm like, oh, I see what you're saying now. Oh yeah, oh yeah. This is what happens when you're trying to profit no an entertainer. Yeah. You want the end of the myth of the World War II? Who do you think made that clear first? It was Kanye. People don't get it. I'm like, no, you guys are not understanding what's happening here. They're all like symbolism. I'm like, you don't know symbolism. You know nothing about symbolism. You don't even understand what the word means. You're like out of there. You're totally out of it. You're not even in the game, kid. You need to stop. You need to stop. But we love democratizing everything, giving everybody equal access. I'm like, no, you should not give everybody equal access. You just shouldn't. Like divination can be done, but not by you. And that's nobody likes that answer. I'm like, yeah, but I don't know what to tell you. You're not the guy. You're not the guy. It's not you. You're not the smart one. You're not the divination guy. You're not the prophet. You're not the priest. You're not the monk. You're not a theologian. If you want to argue theology with me, which I will not do because I'm not a theologian and I never will be, and you haven't been at the monastery for 20 years studying theology and praying every day, I don't believe that you know anything worth knowing about theology. Anything at all. At all. I don't believe you. I'll smile and be nice and polite about it and not call you a freaking useless, worthless piece of shit liar to your face. But also, that's what I think you are. Just so that you know for sure. This isn't that hard. I have very high standards for people and their claims. And you're allowed to make any claim you want. I really don't care. Right? And I'm not going to like immediately discount you to your face. But in my head, oh yeah. Like you're held to the standard whether you realize it or not.
Yeah.
Sorry. Forbidden knowledge is real. And I hold a bunch of it. So, and it's all like what I think of you, forbidden knowledge from your perspective. Sorry, bro.
Yeah.
Totally will not tell you. Totally will not.
I think since, yeah, I mean, just I've been especially angry at the theologians probably for about 2 weeks. And it has turned into just like a roaring flame this week because I have just been seeing so much unacceptable behavior. And it's the same thing where it's just like there's a certain standard of at least don't lie or at least don't propagate like actual condemned heresies like that. Just I mean I don't feel like I'm asking for all that much.
Yeah.
But you see a lot of the stuff and it's like no, it is rampant. Like it's big popular guys popping up on YouTube, popping up on EWTN, doing catechism for very high-end expensive middle schools and high schools, seminary professors, like doing insane stuff. And it's like, no, I could shred you instantly very easily. And I'm not a theologian and I don't regard outside of, again, the saints that did this very, very well because they dedicated their lives to not theology, but to praying for all day for decades. Right. And then they presented their findings, which they didn't get from the books most of the time. Like they already did the work. So like you could be like a theology teacher for but even then it's all these people that are trying. And I mentioned this at the end of last week's live stream, this thing of like people go and they're so used to flattening things down that they kind of loses an allure. And it's like, oh, how do we spice this stuff up? But also, how do I get my name out there? How do I get recognition or whatever? Because if you're praying for all that time in a monastery or even just kind of like, your own kind of hermitage, even if it's like an apartment building or something like that, if you're doing that, then you're not looking for all this attention and everything. But these guys are willing to entertain any possible concept. And then you got these people that are spreading things that have been condemned for 2,000 years. And it's like, no, this is not like, how are you making this mistake? How are you making this mistake if you've been doing this job for 15 years? And it's like, that's where it's really unacceptable. It's not like, oh, they just got out of college or they just got out of seminary and they're spreading some error or something. It's like, no, dude, you came to this conclusion. Like, you weren't pulling this nonsense 10 years ago, you know?
Right.
But it's like, now you've gotten bored or something, and now you're just making stuff up or you're entertaining weird things. And it's like, no.
Well,
This is
they're in a competition with
Hmm.
other people for attention. And because
Yeah.
they don't understand basic psychology, all basic psychology begins with attention and cooperation. Period. End of statement.
Mhm.
Right? Attention is the personal private perspective, and cooperation is the thing that is in tension with that. Right? Because attention is worthless without cooperation.
Yeah.
But you can get attention by not cooperating, which is very confusing to people, but that's the way it works. Like, it's asymmetrical. It's not that hard, right? You just have to accept the asymmetry and stop using the transitive mathematical property on everything, which doesn't exist outside of math, by the way. Good to know. Yeah, I think people get very confused. I want to highlight this thing that Sally Jo said. Sally Jo, watch. I love it. No sound. Yeah. Think about how men are feeling. So what she's referring to here is, grab one of these Kanye videos from his earlier album. What was the one, Sally? I don't remember the name of it now. We looked at it today. It was with one of these other guys, little something, little Nas, little Wayne, little someone. They all have little in their name. Freaking retarded people. But like, you shut the sound off, watch what's happening. Right. Another trick is, don't watch the video, read the transcript. Right. Because that's what Curtis Yarvin, Gray Mirror, did there in that article about circling. Also, watch for things like circling, because circling follows the same pattern as a seance. Right. It's the same set of lies about leaderless groups. Anybody says leaderless groups, they're running a cult. Whether they realize it or not, it's not relevant. They're running a cult. No such thing as a leaderless group. Some spirit will lead that group. Believe me. You get a group of people together, not in his name, someone else's name will be there. Don't worry. Oh yeah, you didn't see that side. I know. Watch things with the sound off. Read transcripts instead of listening to vocal enchantment. Right? It's all there. It's amazing. Yeah, it really is. Sally Jo would recommend watching all Kanye with his vids once without sound, and then also reading them once without sound. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Yeah, an infectious thing that you are already sick with. He's just showing it. Exactly. He's showing the collapse of the myth of World War II.
Well, that's what
All
you
of
guys
it's
did
happening.
with. That's what you and Manuel did for the Game B thing, right? I remembered seeing you guys do that, where you went through the transcript and then you showed it without sound. I'm pretty sure you showed it without sound, or maybe I checked it out without sound.
If you want a master class in that, watch that video.
Yeah, that was very, very impressive.
The reason why I don't remember that video is because it is traumatic. That was a cheap load of work. You have no idea how much work we put into that. That was,
I believe it.
It was like a week's worth of work. And like, when Manuel was, back then, when Manuel and I would go, we would go hard. We would go real. You don't know people that work this hard and can work this hard for that long in a stretch. Like, I'm not joking. I was in the GNU Labs once, and I was there for 72 straight hours, sitting at a computer learning for 72 hours. No sleep, no nothing. No nothing. That was the day I got up. I think I had been sitting at that terminal for 8 hours. And I finally acquiesced to get up to go to the bathroom, and I couldn't move because I had to have gone to the bathroom like 3 hours prior. And that turns out to be a bad plan. And I made that mistake exactly once, by the way, and I have not made it since, because I remember that every day of my life.
Oh my goodness.
Dude, it took me 20 minutes to walk to the bathroom. It was 50 feet down the hall.
Yeah, that sounds so painful.
Max. It was bad. And then I don't know how long I was in the bathroom for, because it took forever. And it was the whole experience. And then afterwards, I was sore. I was like a mess. but I sat at that damn computer and I was learning everything I could because I had access to like a $30,000 workstation for absolutely no money and free high-speed internet back in a day when no one had internet. There was no internet. It practically didn't exist. The internet only went to other schools back then in the 80s. So I was like grateful as hell. I took freaking hella advantage of all of that.
Yeah, fair enough.
RJ, now I'm wondering what Castle's favorite neo-heresy is. No such thing as a neo-heresy. They're all old. What's your favorite heresy, Castle? The one that you're seeing the most nowadays, we'll say.
Gosh. Well, yeah, if we're defining favorite as the one that I hate the most,
yes,
I'm probably going to, gosh, I think, what are they calling it? I mean, well, the heresy of modernism basically has all of them. So I mean, that's like, you could actually just say like, yeah, that would, because it just contains actually every single one. But if we were to dissect it, and honestly, like these things, evil stuff, I think is okay to dissect, but ultimately don't look at it for too long. And just, dissect it just until it stops moving and then throw it in the trash. But I absolutely hate the alien incarnation theory stuff. Absolutely detest. I think it's called pluralism. I'm not sure. It actually, I think Plato himself actually denounced it in his own time. And then early Islam brought it back, and it became really big with like the Islamic alchemist stuff. I think in like the medieval period, like the 900s or something like that. And but yeah, just a lot of the stuff of like, oh, there's a bunch of alien worlds and stuff, and that there's prophets on those ones and all these things. But there's a particular Catholic flavor of that one right now, of alien incarnations, and it's like, it is pernicious. Like, it is actually, when I refer to some of these like big wig theologians that show up on YouTube and stuff like that, like some of these guys are running that stuff. And it's like, it's gross. And the reason why it's especially gross is because they sneak in trans ideology and weird interspecies relations stuff. And so it winds up getting like weird sexual fantasy with aliens and stuff. Like,
they're all furries, dude.
Yeah. No, yeah, exactly. And it's like, it's really disgusting. And so it's like, it's a whole roundabout way of justifying their weird stuff that they're into. And it's so old, but it's just like, man, there's a lot of people running into it these last few years. And like, I only just became aware that people, because I don't even watch like the Catholic podcasts or anything. Like, kids, they got the popular ones that are almost Joe Rogan-esque. I watch some podcasts, but they're very kind of almost exclusive. And they're very good. Like, they're nice kind of, educational stuff. But a lot of these ones where they just kind of ramble on and talk about things Joe Rogan style, I generally avoid, because it's just not pleasant listening, especially if I'm doing other stuff. But I encountered an episode of that and I was like, dude, it was just so gross. And it was from, I think, a year ago. It was so bad. And I'm like, really? This guy? Like, I'm not even going to say who it is. But I was like, this dude is, this dude does Q&As. And like, even one of the student leader at the college where I volunteer and I help them out with some of their stuff sometimes, he has gone and like tried to ask this guy questions and stuff like that. There's just like, dude, this guy is that popular that he's reaching this much of an audience. And it's like, dude, he's spreading his errors so badly.
No, Awaken with JP is a great YouTube channel. He did a whole thing on this where he took one of his friends and did a skit about you should switch over from OnlyFans to being a Christian YouTuber.
Yeah.
And they did a whole skit about, it's a brilliant video. It's hysterical. But that's basically what it is. You're just everyone's following patterns. They don't realize it. It's like, they should watch my stuff. Sally Joe. Now I want to take the Symbolism Masterclass. You will be disappointed. I saw one of the Symbolism Masterclass episodes, Sally. It's up on YouTube for free. And then apply it to all of Kanye. You'll be very disappointed because it doesn't say what you think it says. While integrating it with his core life events. Nah, it's not going to do what you think, Sally. Symbolic understanding is wasted not showing this. No, it's really not. You need to go on the Symbolic World servers and see how badly they apply this work. Also, Billie Eilish. Oh no, don't go anywhere near that. That's a horrific story. Like, her story is horrific. Like, she had a horrific childhood. I'd meet an Olympic pool of holy water because of demons in that. Yeah, it's all Ixnay, wannabe Nephilim. Yeah. Look, the problem with applying symbolic understanding to Kanye, and I think the reason why the only thing Peugeot will say is keep an eye on him, is the only things useful you could say would be about the destruction or the collapse of the myth of World War II. And the problem with doing that is that you need a replacement myth for these people, and they're not ready for that, because you can't hot swap in Christianity. And I hate to say it, but just based on what Peugeot said in his version of the Myth of World War II, his collapsing video there that he released today, it sounds like he's stuck in the flat world, to be honest. And he's very equality driven. I mean, this is why he's Orthodox and not Catholic. They're not down with a deep hierarchy. If you need to replace the poorly understood flat myth of World War II, you have to replace it with another poorly understandable flat myth, not with a real good quality mythos. Right. Right. This is no joke. That's part of the problem. These heretics at least their own planets. LDS. Yeah. Ixnay. Burn Power might be able to say something good about all that. I don't know. I wish I could interest Burn more, but he's another one, right? Like, Jordan Hall did this to me too. Like, oh, I don't understand what you need help with, Mark. And I'm like, I'm here to help you, you muppet. It's fine. It's fine. Like, I can't help you if you literally think I need your help, then I can't help you. And that's fine. Like, I'm not mad. Sad, but not mad. Wrong first letter. There's nothing, I can only do so much. And, I want to talk to you because I want to learn from you, but I want to help you see something really important at the same time, right? Sally Joe, 40 years in the information desert. Maybe the problem is you get into these things where how do you demarcate the beginning to predict the end? Because now you've put prediction on the table, and that's already a mistake, right? You're like, no, you're going to be in the desert as long as you're going to be in the desert. Because the real problem is in patterns, what you realize, especially if you understand just a tiny, don't get caught in it, just a tiny bit of Elliott wave theory, you will start to understand that you can go from desert to desert to desert to desert very easily. And so if that's 3 deserts, 3 times 4 is what? Right. So this is not helpful, right? Because people go, oh, it's only 40 years. It's the first thing they do. It's only 40 years. We just need to find the starting point. That's what they do. And so showing people symbolism when they're not ready for it is a detriment to them and others. Forbidden knowledge is real. It's part of the driving force of the Republic. Read Plato. Read him carefully. You probably didn't read him well enough. Try again. Engage with the book club on the Texas Wisdom community. We did some of the work for you, and incomplete, no less, because we're only so smart together. So yeah, once you sort of understand that, it's like, oh,
it's also
imagine
tough
my disappointment.
If I remember right, most of the people didn't get out of that desert. So,
well, also some people die in the desert before the 40 years are up.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Really not as helpful a thing as you think.
Well, really that's what I'm saying is that most of them died before there was any getting out of the desert.
Yeah,
and some of them very early on.
Once you put a measure on the table and a formula with that measure, people want to make a prediction. Because part of living the age of gnosis is living the age of prediction, right? Because the the reason why knowledge is valuable is to make a prediction. I mean, that's the only reason why anybody thinks knowledge is valuable, whether they realize it or not. And that's the big problem. Sally Joe, how long does the AI say will be in the test? RJ, I want my theology AI. Well, Peterson's built one, so you just ask Peterson.
It's just, it's just like, what are you paying attention to? You know, especially the thing with wanting. Yeah, there you go.
Sally Joe, we can always ask Socrates. Yes, well, we'll. No, I mean, yeah, I think you can only ask Hermes because he's the messenger. Gosh. No one figured that out yet, huh? You can't talk to anyone else. Oops.
Yeah.
According to their own system. Oops.
Yeah. Yeah, fair enough, Sally. Her most recent comment.
I'm just getting bad ideas out of the way. I don't know, Sally.
Yeah. You know, that was the interesting thing. Another thing that I heard recently was that I guess apparently in the 1800s, when the whole seance thing started becoming a thing, that became a fad among certain Catholic groups. And there were people that were pushing it saying, oh, it actually enhances your ability to participate in everything. This is it's like an extracurricular that you can do as an extra thing. And it's like, no, this is actually, you don't need new doctrine to define this. Like, you know, but people were doing it for years thinking like, oh, this is actually just like a fine thing that I can do. But again, it's the weird circling thing. And it's just like, people were able to get, lassoed into that pretty easily.
Sally Joe, play through all the bad ideas as fast as possible. It's the army way. Yeah, probably. Oh my God. I don't know. It's so bad. Like everything is just, and people don't see it. Like they're not yet hip to the age of gnosis. And I almost wrote an article today for Substack. I started one. Couldn't finish it. There's just too much weirdness going on today for me to sit down and actually complete an article. I did put one up for subscribers only though. So I don't know how well that one's going to play. We'll find out. I only have one paid subscriber, so I have free subscribers, but we'll see. We'll see what we get. Yeah. What is Sally saying here? Sally Joe, seance is just 1800s LSD. Yep, pretty much. Desperately seeking wonder. Yep. RJ, the Peterson sphere, finding Peterson cringe at times is peak sphere. No, it's really not. Stop being rebellious. Peterson sphere is all about his influence. I don't think anything he's doing is cringe. That is the wrong way to describe the world. Cringe is an emotional state that you get from your personal private perspective, which makes it fundamentally evil, by the way. So I'm still a no on evil. So the fact that something is cringe is not really terribly interesting to me. Tell me whether or not it's good or bad. Take a stand or sit the down. That's how we do this. That's how we do this. Yeah, look, there's good things and there's bad things. Peterson's doing lots of bad things right now. Art is a bad idea. It's a bad plan implemented by somebody who isn't willing to do what it takes to make something like that work. Not that I think it matters. He's not in the right part of the hierarchy and never will be to do that. This idea of getting an LLM to figure out the Bible or whatever, or theology or whatever the hell he's trying to solve, this is about the dumbest thing I've ever heard, but it's also so funny that I have to enjoy it for the amusement. That's all. Sally Joe, when you only see the material flat world, you get desperate for wonder. Yeah, exactly. You long for it. I understand the impulse to seek the divine in darkness. Well, that's because it's all you have in the flat world. I just barely accept my blindness. It hurts. Yeah, well, it does. It does. It hurts a lot. So, yeah, and I mean, AI is just making it worse. But like nobody understands what's driving AI because they don't understand the age of gnosis.
Yeah,
I was like, what's driving AI is the age of gnosis. This really kind of started with trying to mimic Napoleon's success through the scientific method, because it's basically Napoleon's the beginning of that scientific aspect to the replacement of monarchy. Now, granted, it takes a nice stop through the Scottish Enlightenment, which is apparently, not actually, but apparently the success of the United States is not the Enlightenment, the Scottish Enlightenment. That's the first mistake people make. But also, that's not A, what made the Scottish Enlightenment correct, and B, not what we did at all. There's three separate factors. The Scottish Enlightenment's just one of them. And then everyone's caught in the, in this echo, basically, right? And of course, I have a history video with Adam about this, right? So there's all these echoes in history, which are basically, people mimicking patterns. And that's the pattern that people are mimicking. The US is mimicking Europe, or their image of Europe, and Europe's mimicking the image of the US. And the French Revolution is a clear example of this. It's a clear example of this. It's just a bad image. It's a misunderstood image. RJ, I'm just saying the sphere acts differently than Peterson in a way that's interesting. That's why it's the sphere of influence, and it's not Peterson himself. My level of precision of words is too high for people, I think. You're not taking my words at the precision level I intend. Yes, it's the sphere, right? It's not him, right? It's what he caused. It's what he started. He's the one that framed the story. All the pieces were there all along, right? Have been for decades. He's the one that drags them all together in a way, and things coalesce around him, and that causes a sphere of influence. And sphere is the proper way to think about it, not corner of corners, because that's dumb anyway, but it's also recursive. There's no reason for recursion. Don't use recursion unless you know what you're doing. This goes back to my programming stuff. Like, don't touch recursion unless you know what you're doing. They don't know what they're doing, these other people that use these terms. And the influence of any person attenuates with the distance from the person, just like sound attenuates over distance. Like, it's not a magic trick. Like, you can just experience these things in the real world with physicality, we'll say, and it works the same way in non-physicality. It follows the same rules. Now, the rules operate at a different scale, which means they don't have the linear discrete result you expect. Is that in one of my videos? I think I have that in one of my videos. I have an excellent example of linear and discrete and scaling and all that coming up. All this is coming up. I had a great day. I had one great day. I did 4 videos, and they're fantastic. Like, all of them are fantastic. I'm psyched. I could be fooling myself, by the way, and they could all suck. I don't know.
We'll see.
We'll find out. Well, Sarah will not be able to push back, so I won't get any decent feedback. But on the other hand, I've been on a run. So back when Michelle was still around and doing my videos, he was good at. He would at least occasionally push back, but I was getting so good. He's like, "No, you kind of got it. Don't worry about it anymore." So I've been going with my gut. So that's that's what's important. That's what's important, is that it felt really good to me, and that has been a good indicator so far. So I think all 4 of these videos are going to really open things up.
Nice. And if they're bad, I'll let you know. But
I know you will.
I haven't been disappointed. So,
RJ, I'm going to have to confirm with AI. You do that, RJ. You do that. Someday we'll get you opened up. I mean, look, man, I hate to break it to you. If you think that a guy like Jacob's been making good points since he went nuts after the election, I get news for you. He's off at the rails. He hasn't made any good points since then. He might have made good points before then, for sure, but he's not even able to anymore. It's bad. It's bad. A lot of people are having that problem, not just him. There's a lot of people running around. There's a bunch of people. There's a bunch of Mormon church guys that are going to argue with Andrew Wilson about whether or not their patron saint is a heretical, not prophet, false prophet.
That's
And
another
they're
one
all
that
going to
has,
lose.
that's
They're all
another
going to
one that
lose,
has the
right?
weird alien multiple worlds thing behind it
Right.
too.
But
Yeah.
like, they're all going to lose.
Hmm.
There's no winning condition. Right. There, you go up into the crucible. He calls it the crucible for a reason.
Yeah.
And you're not up for it. He said he's got 4 guys lined up. And I'm like, you're going to destroy four Mormons. And they agreed to this. Like, why would you be that retarded?
Man.
Because they think they have good points. There are no possible good points in this position, guys. None. You're going to get annihilated by somebody who's decent at this. He's going to wreck you totally, utterly, incomprehensibly. You're going to get destroyed. But there's a lot of people willing to do it. And I'm like, why would you be willing to do this? Why? I wouldn't want to debate Andrew Wilson on anything. Like, why? I'm not even saying I couldn't beat him. Maybe I could. I have no idea. Right. But like, why have that fight? And what would I don't have much to fight with him over, because other than like Catholicism versus Orthodoxy, but I don't think he'd get any of my points. Right. So whatever. But because that's an unlosable debate right there. So whatever. They don't know that. They'll never believe it, but also it's pretty clear. So yeah. Again, I always just fall back on who accepts whom. Oh, only one side accepts the other. Well, one of them's more inclusive then, aren't they? Oops. Oh well. Yeah. Well, I saw somebody arguing like it hasn't changed in 1,000 years, and I was like, yeah, but the world has. Do you have an argument against that? Because I'd like to hear it. Oh no, there's no possible argument. I'm sorry. Why are you bragging about a not plus in your corner? I guess you're stupid. But a lot of people see that as a good point. And I'm like, that's not a good point if you understand the world changes. Like, if you agree to the fact that the world changes in any way at all, then the fact that you've kept the same liturgy for 1,000 years is a minus, not a plus. And you didn't see that. I don't know what to tell you about the world. I think maybe look, there's a place for you somewhere. That's not your place.
Yeah, it's tough. And there's a usefulness for like things that are localized, but also it's localized. Like if you're dealing with like missionary work in the Amazon, right? Like it's actually logistically impossible to maintain some of the very ancient liturgies. Like it's just you actually can't make it happen. And like you would have to develop the entire civilization there to a certain point and then connect it to the previous civilization where you came from, and then you'd be able to start doing that. It's not. Yeah,
well, it's flat world. I mean, they've lost the time dimension. It's like
it's tough. The thing is, it's tough. Like I generally don't pay attention, but the only thing that kind of the thing that set me off, and not in like an angry sort of way, but the thing that I guess I should say just worried me with some of the flat stuff was there's certain groups that and not even necessarily just ortho, but there's certain groups that insist on like a particular very precise procedure for like the sign of the cross. And it's like you can start tearing that apart really quickly. Like, well, what if I lack a hand? What if I only have my left hand? What if I don't have use of my hands right now? What if it's just there's all of these different things that wind up running into that. And it's like there have actually been multiple schisms over that exact argument. And it's like, dude, well, what is going on? So it's less of a thing of like, oh, haha, like I've owned you guys because this unfortunate thing happened. It's just like it's actually just very concerning. I really hope these guys would stop doing that. And I don't think that most of them are, but the fact is that type of thing has happened multiple times now. So there's a real concern there. But again, I don't have that much experience with it, and I'm also American, so there's a lot of these things don't affect me as much, and I don't have that perspective. But it's too bad.
Yeah. So, I mean, from your perspective, what do you think is like, man on the street perspective? I'm not asking you to do the grand, meta perspective or anything crazy.
Yeah.
What do you see as the driver for this engagement in this level of thinking?
Level of thinking for what specifically?
Well, that all these people talking about this stuff all of a sudden, right? Like all these people. So particularly in Catholicism, like Catholics don't care about discussing mysticism in general. Like what it's like whatever. It's Tuesday. Like who cares, right?
Yeah.
Like it's not. It's already built in. Like there's no reason for them to discuss miracles and
there's no room really also for even like the enchanting, like the total enchantment of talking about like this is a thing. Like that's why I know I weirded out. It was our second to last book club. I was telling like some random saint stories and stuff that were relevant to the conversation, and there was a comment that was made that was like, it's difficult to believe what you're saying because you said it so casually. And it's like, yeah, because I'll tell you these stories in this exact tone of voice because it's just like, oh yeah, like I'm just recounting, some stuff. I heard some really cool stuff recently actually, but it's and most of the time people aren't talking about that stuff because you have structure. And so the structure actually enables a bunch of stuff that is actually miraculous, but people are they're going to notice it or they're not because of how they're paying attention. I mean, you get a lot of people that, it's the same thing of not being able to sit, quietly even for like 4 minutes without completely losing attention. It's just like, yeah, if you're paying attention, if you actually listen to some stuff, you don't need theology or apologetics. You could look at the writings of, if you wanted to read something, you could read the writings of people who are neither apologists nor theologians, but did stuff that resulted in like the building of churches and monasteries or communities that still exist hundreds of years later and that sort of stuff. And you could just read some of their musings. Like some of them kept diaries and stuff. And like, so you can actually just like check out some of those things or stories that they told or something, stories that their family members told that they witnessed happen with these people, and glean some really, really interesting stuff and a lot of cool mystical stuff. But you don't have to go seeking out the mystical stuff. And ultimately, the structure is also so that you can avoid stepping in that as much as you possibly can, because you're supposed to be able to just live your actual life and like do your job and stuff. Like I think it was what St. Francis de Sales said, that it's heresy to say that even a housewife or a soldier or even a prince couldn't attain spiritual perfection in their state in life. And it's like, you should be able to do your job. Like if you are experiencing something mystical, that should not stop you from being able to perform and work as a parent, as, a housekeeper or whatever you're doing. Like it should never get in the way. And so you have all that additional structure so that it's just like, okay, if you do experience some sort of thing, it's like, well, you've got, even if there aren't that many human beings to assist, the fact that the structure and the history is all there to kind of pad you in, you don't really have to worry about it. And then, I don't know. So I always get like, I almost get mystified when I see people get very mystified,
Yeah, there's something too, I think, about the emotional engagement that people are focused more on. And so they're really prone to emotional appeals. And so they're hearing like, well, so-and-so made a good point. And I'm like, they did not make a good logical point. They did not use any facts or evidence at all. They cried. That's basically what they did, right? They cried, they whined, they complained, or they sounded arrogant, right? But they didn't actually make any point that was good,
Yeah.
right? And it's like, wow. And you know, the number of people that fall for that, I'm always like, how are you falling for this? And I'm like, well, yeah, they don't have any protection. They
Mhm.
don't know the difference between emotions and thought. They think they're the same thing. And I'm like, you don't think about emotions and you don't think through your emotions. Like that doesn't happen. Like
Yeah.
thoughts and emotions are entirely different things. And one you have some control over, and the other you have almost no control over unless you've trained yourself. And if you think some of these people are making good points, like a Sam Harris or something, yeah, you're gonna miss it. Or if you get enchanted by Peterson, and then you say, "Ah, well, I know enchantment better than he does because he doesn't have the mystical tradition," or whatever. Then then you turn into PVK, who's doing circling, and it's like, but you're just inviting demons into the middle of a bunch of people. Like, could you maybe not? I don't know. It's just, I'm still a no on evil. I don't like why do I have to explain this? Like, I don't understand how to explain something that obvious. Like, you should not do these things ever. They are dangerous. Don't do them. Right. And then, of course, everyone's just sampling. Well, all the bad things are exceptions, but actually, on balance, this is good. And it's like, you're not measuring it. It's not good on balance by any measure. I mean, what are you doing? Like, the number of people that fall into something. And I'm like, well, that's been around a long time, but nothing's happened. And they never considered that. And I'm like, how is this not your first question? What momentum do you have? How much progress are you making? Right? Towards your goal, we'll say, towards your stated goal.
Yeah.
What sort of projects do you have in flight that will do something towards your stated goal?
Yeah. And a lot of times there's not. It was like
There's nothing.
there was a thing that I posted in the Discord today where it was just like, oh, a good I didn't actually say rule of thumb, but really a decent rule of thumb is to just kind of check, like, what are the fruits of this? Or like you said, like, how's that working for you? And it's just like you can actually just check the progress, where it's just like that's the same as a fruit check, where it's just like, okay, and if the fruit check bounces, then it's like, but
it's weird because people Protestants in particular will pull out the know them by their fruits thing, and I'm like, you mean be a pragmatist? Because I'm fairly sure that predates that whole thing. But whatever, like we can get into it if you want. Like I'm happy to talk fruits. You're gonna lose, but whatever. You're gonna look like a moron, but I'm not bothered by making people look like morons when they're morons. So. I'm always bothered when people don't notice. That always upsets me, but there's nothing I can do. Like, some people are going to be enchanted, and that's too bad. And I just don't know how to explain things to people anymore because they're really looking for emotional appeals, and I'm like, I can't do that to some extent. Like, there's just why do you want an emotional appeal? That makes you prone to enchantment. Like, I don't want.
It's a little bit like sugar addiction, I think. Or you see the stuff where it's like, and everybody kind of sees the stuff like the short, quick, snappy videos and stuff. But I think of like the Peterson enchantment, like a lot of that. There's stuff of, even if it's a 10-minute clip or something, they put music to the back of it. They've got images that'll come up and everything, like just as the song is crescendoing and he's making a really solid point and he's moving his hands. And it's like, you see the stuff and it's like, maybe he actually did make a really good point, but how good it was might have been very exaggerated, or, assuming you understood it in the context that he meant, assuming he was correct in that exact moment, and it's like, it's very difficult. And that's why something that, because that type of thing is unusual to me in my day-to-day experience. Like, when I encounter on very rare occasions that there's a priest that's like talking loudly and very kind of like bombastically or something, I'm paying more attention to him because I'm like, what is this guy doing? Because this is so strange that it's just like, is he trying to convince me of something, or is he actually that stoked because sometimes like there's actually somebody that's that stoked, but this is like a 2 times a year type of thing, you know.
Right.
And not even the same guy. Like, you know, like there's some people that are just prone to being more, you know, I don't know, like vibrant, I guess, in the way that they communicate. But a lot of
Yeah.
times it's like, no, why are you raising your voice all of a sudden? Like this is strange.
Well, some people have more energy, and some
Yeah.
people have the same energy, but they direct it towards different things.
Yeah.
And this is one of my sneak attacks, is that I can summon a lot of energy, and I can be very focused and directed about it if I'm on a mission. So if I'm on a mission and you get in front of me, you're going to die horribly, and I'm not going to notice or care. Just to let you know, it's not going to happen. Like, I'm just going to crush you and move on. So, like, it's interesting. Ethan, what is his last name? Conahay or something. Anyway, I think he's in Alaska. Actually, he's interesting. He did a breakdown of the first ARC video, and it's fascinating because he's got training and advertising and film and stuff, and it's like he just breaks it all down with that. And I'm like, oh man, this reminds me of Game A, Game B. It reminds me of my Game A, Game B video. It's very good. I mean, he probably does a better job at like what he does than we did it at what we were doing for sure. But yeah. It is fascinating to me. We'll say how all that sort of works, right? And that people can watch those sorts of videos and not sort of notice the significance of those things, right? Like they're not understanding what the implications are for what they've engaged in. And I should just post the Game V video here. If you haven't seen it, it is this mini masterclass in manipulation. That's for sure. Yeah, if you're not engaging with that and understanding the message, then like I don't know what to take. Maybe you need to find somebody to protect you from the internet. You know,
it's a legitimate strategy.
Yeah, it's hard to sell. Everyone's been told they can understand these complicated things, and like all the people talking about AI, I'm like, you guys don't. You know, Don was fooled by some retard with a PhD in philosophy talking about AI. You have a PhD in philosophy. You know nothing about anything.
Right.
By design. Philosophy is designed in the recent age, we'll say post 1960 probably, to make sure you just don't know anything useful about anything in the world. You don't know any history. You don't know any anthropology. Not that anthropology is necessarily useful. You don't know any psychology. And psychology can be useful, but not very. You don't know any of the hard sciences. Like, you don't understand people. You don't understand the world around you. You know, like you just don't. You're removed from the world. Like you're in a land of pure abstraction. You are disconnected and unparticipatory. And you're going to walk into my technology and tell me something about what it can do and what the implications are. The best person for that is somebody who understands basic psychology. And unfortunately, it seems like everybody with psychology degree, including, unfortunately, my dear friend, Dr. Peterson, doesn't understand basic psychology at all. And they don't understand, Bernays' work. And I'm just like, none of this is hard. Why do you not understand the implications of any of this? And I think he was more onto it. But I found out something very interesting, Castle. So other than Auguste Comte, who is considered the father of sociology for some odd reason, I'm like, really? That retard? But okay, whatever. Who do you think is credited with launching so-called modern philosophy?
Oh gosh, like as if I pay attention to any of these people.
Sociology. Sorry.
Oh gosh, I pay even less attention to these guys.
No, you're gonna love this.
I mentioned Hobbes. I don't even know what his first name is or what he talked about. Like,
this is way better. It's Karl Marx. And I read this and I was like, I think all sociologists are Marxists. Like, actually. And just
like you would have to be.
How did anybody read Karl Marx and not realize what was going on? How? How is this And then, you get Cal Zeldin on there going, we need to read more old books. And I'm like, good Lord, guy. The problem is people went off and read books and they didn't understand any of what they read at all.
Yeah.
And from now on, I'm just going to use the test. What do you think the allegory of Plato's cave is? Right? And then if you don't know what the allegory of Plato's cave is as written by Plato, which you can independently verify, you don't need to talk to me. You can just go look, or you can engage my video where I give you all the little numbers in the book that you can reference by yourself. You don't need my help. You don't have to take my word for it. The book is independent of me. If you get it wrong, I'm just gonna be like, yeah, you know nothing, Jon Snow. I can't listen to you about it.
You're gonna absolutely hate this as much as I did, and I almost kind of chuckled. But the same people that I'm mad at and have been for the last couple of weeks make the same mistake with the Plato's cave thing. And I was just like, yeah, this is it's amazing because they use their weird stuff and say, oh yeah, this is how you get out of the cave. And it's just like, dude, you're completely insane. And I'm just like, I didn't even read that book.
Plato says you can't get out of the cave.
Right.
If I dragged you out of the cave in stages, you'd fight me every bit of the way and would be in pain the whole time. Then you'd get up there by yourself, contemplate the world, learn everything, be excited to share it with your friends because you're up there alone. Nobody mentions any of this. They don't mention any of the bad stuff in the allegory at all.
And then they kill you, right?
And then you'd go back and they would try to kill you. Why does it sound good? There's nothing in this is good. The whole thing is a you wouldn't want to do this story and it wouldn't end well for you. And everyone's like, you can escape the cave. And I'm like, are you stupid? Do you just have a very low reading comprehension? And it's totally the opposite. The worst part is it's totally the opposite of the point that is meant by the allegory of the cave is in the very beginning of book 7. By the end of book 7, you realize why the allegory of the cave is important and what it actually means. Because it doesn't mean anything without the contrast of the allegory at the end, which is very much about the city. Like everything in the book is about the city and it's about the sacrifice of the quote individual, which doesn't exist, for the good of the city. The whole book, every page, every sentence, every freaking word of that text is about the sacrifice of an individual person, if you want to put it that way, which is still the wrong way to talk, right? For the good of the city, the whole thing. There's nothing in the text that implies any differently anywhere. So if that's what you think you read, I have news for you. You should not read books, ever. You should not read any book. I am suspicious of your reading comprehension level entirely. Because how you could miss that message. And here's another one. Did you get the joke about men and women being equal at the gym? And if somebody goes,
I was
what
telling
joke?
a family member about that.
I'm all done with these people. Like, I'm done with you. Like, you don't read well at all. Like, that joke is repeated so many times in the book that if you read something that was repeated that many times in a book and you didn't understand that it was a joke, your ability to understand text is suspect to me. Like maybe we taught you to spell and we shouldn't have. Like maybe there's way better ways you could use your skills. I'm not being hyperbolic or facetious, guys. I'm dead serious. Like if you made a mistake of that magnitude, the society's done you a disservice. Like it's done you a disservice. We done you wrong. We definitely done you wrong. Sally Joe, the whole idea others have a responsibility to make a feels environment with a specific result for others. Yeah, absolute batshit insane. True. You actually can't make another person emotionally safe. Well, that may be true, Sally, but I have it on the highest of authorities that we could solve feelings for people. I'm gonna get hit when I get to South Dakota. Oh, it's okay.
Oh my gosh.
I deserve it now.
So there's this thing, and I've kind of tried not to think about this for a while. So there's this whole thing called like charismatic groups and stuff, and this is kind of like a church thing. The problem is there's a legitimate version of this where they actually do like normal stuff, and then they also like to just introduce like a musical portion of their events and things like that.
Right.
And they do certain things, or they like to do group cooperation and these sorts of things. There's another manifestation where they do the, like Sally was just talking about, trying to sort of trying to evoke a particular emotional response from everyone, not just from like one person, and trying to get everybody riled up. And that is not actually like what the people who are legitimately doing this stuff is. Like, it looks almost nothing alike. And the problem is that there's a significant, when you look at like the number of people, it's the number of people who are Catholic that wind up consulting an exorcist and actually genuinely need it are disproportionately from the group that are from that manifestation of that particular type of subculture. And it's like a lot of them, not necessarily that it's a majority or anything, but when you take the people who actually need help, there's a disproportionate amount that are coming from that specific type of group.
Right, but there's a technical reason for that. Right? So if you gather up a bunch of people and you try to put them on the same resonant frequency, the odds are you'll summon a demon. Sorry. It doesn't matter how you do it. Like, you could say, we're all going to get together and we're all going to treat each other equally, right? And then everybody gets to contribute, right? So everybody feels together. It's like, this is actually the opposite of the goal of a church. The goal of a church is to make sure that everybody's comfortable where they are, not equal, and not treated equally, treated appropriately. Because if you treat people equally, you have to let them all read Plato. And if you let them all read Plato, you get this garbage that you have now, where people misunderstand the allegory of the cave so badly that it contradicts what Plato's trying to say. Not just in the allegory, but in book 7. So it's not on one layer of analysis. It's on 2 layers of analysis. Well, more than that, but at least 2 clear layers of analysis. You're missing the point. Well, it's definitely 3, right? Because you're missing the point of the book, you're missing the point of book 7, and you're missing the point of the allegory all at the same time by saying you free yourself from the cave. It's so dumb. It's hard to, like, every time I see it, I am convinced that I'm losing an IQ point. I'm convinced that's what's happening to me. It's a psychic attack on my intelligence somehow. I don't know how that works, but I'm quite convinced that's what's happening. It's really dumb. It's really bad because, like, it has to be wrong in all 3 frames. And I'm just like, how did you come up with something that is not the opposite, but very close to the opposite? I mean, it's in full conflict practically with the point of the text, the point of book 7, and the point in the allegory itself. How did you come to this a conclusion this wrong? And I've been struggling with, I don't think I'll be able to do it. Maybe I'll figure out how to do it on vacation here, but like, I've been struggling with how to make people understand that errors stack up, and the stacking of those errors you can use as roughly a scoring system to figure out how wrong something is. Because like, things are not wrong in an equal fashion, right? Obviously. And so, you know, I often like to tell people, making a mistake isn't a problem. Like, a mistake is a mistake, and mistakes are inevitable. You will make mistakes. That's what you will do. But when you make a mistake and the mistake is pointed out to you and you do nothing to correct it,
Mhm.
Now I have a problem with you because that's the point of maliciousness for me. So there's a point of mistake down here. There's a point of maliciousness up here. Now we can talk about the reasons for that maliciousness, but I don't care because I'm a pragmatist and I don't think I have access to you. Right? This is why I told Don earlier, like, I understand your faith in other people's faith, but I would never presume such a thing because I'm a pragmatist. And so I just don't assume I have access to people's private personal thoughts. Like I'm like,
Yeah.
that's a private personal thought. I don't have access to their brain. I'm not psychic. I don't know. All I know of you is how you act. Like I know something about you, Castle, because of how you've participated.
Yeah.
Like you're the one editing the book. Like that's pretty heavy participation. That was a big burden to take on. And you knocked it out of the park, by the way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Like I don't need to know, like, you go to church every Sunday, bro. Like it's not important. It doesn't matter. Right? I know everything I need to know just from that. Like
Mhm.
I know how to cooperate with you now, and we'll do more things in the future, I'm
Yeah.
sure, unless some unforeseeable bad thing happens, which at this point I'm open to. Because let me explain something, everybody. I'll just lay this out here. The real reason why AI is so big is because we are losing, well engaged and well losing a spiritual battle. The war is farther along than you can imagine. Okay, that's why AI is a big deal. That's exactly why AI is a big deal.
It's funny because you mentioned, oh, maybe we'll work on some more stuff, and one or two things came to mind, and you said unless, and there's like 5 or 6 things came to mind. It was just like, yeah,
I know.
yeah.
I know.
It'd be nice to get those things done before the other things.
Yeah. Somebody was tweeting out, I think it was today or yesterday or something, about like, oh, well, people only pay attention to the negative signal. And I'm like, I'll try this again. Do you not understand evolution? Of course, the negative signal is more important than the positive signal, because the negative signal, at least to your brain, is the thing that can kill you. Evolution is a 3-state, not a 2-state system, right? Nothing is a 2-state system. There's no binaries anywhere in the world. If you think you see a binary, you're mistaken. It's that simple. You're making an error of thought. There are no binaries in the world. The world is asymmetrical, and therefore there can never be binaries in the world, right? So once you understand that, you realize, oh, the reason why you're more attracted to negative things, it's not attraction, it's attention. And you put more attention on negative things because negative things can wipe you out. And in that way, they are more attractive. And that's the problem. That's the problem. Here we go. Mark Schaefer. Can't just keep people from reading Plato, though. Why not? We used to. It's actually not that hard. It's very easy to do. It's very easy. Oh, I'm missing a bunch of comments. The purpose of restrictions of hierarchy are to pass down responsibility successfully. Well, that's one of them. I'm working on the hierarchy thing, guys. It's just, oh my God, it just hurts my brain. I'm always discovering new things that people don't understand, that I'm like, how are they alive and breathing? Like, how do you breathe? I'm always at the point of, how has anybody been breathing this whole time if they don't understand these basic concepts? But Sally Joe, if only people would do the work, Mark. If only. I know. I know. It's bad. RJ, next week's video should be on how to prioritize. RJ, dude, look, man, like, this stuff is so the water I swim in terms of relevance realization, which is really importance hierarchy. It's really, like, that's all it is. It's hierarchy. Vervaeke struggling with hierarchy. That's all it is. It's so the water I swim in that I'm like, why do you need to say this to people? Like, and then if you need to say, like, do we even have vocabulary for this nonsense? I don't know that we do. Like, why would you? I don't. I don't get it. Mark Schaefer, not understanding Plato is natural hierarchy. Yes. Unfortunately, well, it's the breakdown because you shouldn't have let them read it unless they were going to understand it. Ixnon, I haven't read Plato. Wasn't difficult. Exactly. It's easier to not do the work. Well, and it is relevance realization, right? People are putting relevance on the wrong things. And so they're just misdirecting their attention all the time. All the time. Ixnon, read Aristotle. He's better. No, do not read Aristotle. You will misunderstand Aristotle and you will become a materialist faster than you can say boo, because you just didn't understand what he was writing about. And the argument between Plato and Aristotle is unresolved, right? Which is, how much of this stuff should you teach? And there's a separate argument. How much of this stuff should you write down? Forget about teaching. How much of it? That was the only argument that I'm aware of that Plato and Aristotle actually had, was how much of this stuff should you teach, and how much of this stuff should ever be written in a down on a piece of paper, as opposed to given orally to a group of students that you're in front of. And it's like, man, that's like the question of today. That's not a question for them. That's a question for us. And we don't even know how good a question that is. We're like not even close to that. But it's like, yeah. It wasn't a request, Mark. It wasn't. Well, that's good. I'm not gonna do a video next week, probably. Although we'll see what Sally comes up with when I'm out there. Maybe we'll be bored and we'll be like, let's do a pirate live stream. It'll be great. We might do another live stream or something. Who knows?
It'll be cool. Yeah.
Let's see what Sally says. Well, people that don't get it on their own should not feel like they are less than for something as stupid and as small as old literature. That is correct. The big problem is we've overemphasized knowledge in the world. It's the age of gnosis, where everybody thinks knowledge is important, and they're wrong about their definition of knowledge, and knowledge isn't important in that way. Sally, you have plenty of other good, useful things to apply your life to. Yeah, exactly. Like every other thing other than this knowledge or information, which is really what they're pointing to. Mark Schaefer, in a world where the hierarchy has abandoned logic, access to these texts is the seeds of clown kings that return things to right order. I think you're being overly optimistic and hoping for a binary flip. And that isn't what happens historically. So I don't know where people get this from, but historically that has never happened.
And the problem is, even if you did get the perfect clown king, like a good clown always slips on his own banana peel. So it's like you have to basically eliminate the clown king at the right time so that you would stop the wheel from turning. And it's like the odds are that you're going to do that, or that you can eliminate him legitimately, is probably not going to happen in time.
Well, and the problem is, it's not about abandoning logic. We are not logical creatures. We are not. I don't know where people get this idea from. It's weird. Everybody like, well, psychology. And I'm like, have you read any psychology at all? Because if there's one lesson you get from psychology for sure, it's that we are not logical, rational, reasonable creatures. And we never have been. And like, that's all over the psychological literature. It's absolutely, you would drown in the psychological literature, proving for in 17,000 different ways that we're not logical. We're just not. We are not logical creatures. We are creatures capable of being logical about certain specific things for very short periods of time at a very, very high cost. At a very high cost, which is why we can only do it for short periods of time. And that just that's wrapped up in the age of gnosis, right? Knowledge is not useful without logic. Or I shouldn't say knowledge. Their definition of knowledge, the definition of knowledge we're using is garbage. It's what they're really talking about is information. Information is completely pointless without logic. Completely waste of time, because logic is one way of relating information. Now, it's the wrong way of relating information unless you're doing certain scientific things, right? Which is natural philosophy. If you're not doing natural philosophy, you should not be using logic, reason, and rationality, right? The ancient Greeks were 100%, like the ancient Greeks understood all this and said all this. I don't know why these people who tell me about books and say they've read books don't know this, and I do, and I didn't read those books. I have no idea why this confusion is there, but it's clear as day. It's clear as day, okay? So books are evil. Burn all the books, maybe except one or two, except mine, of course, because it's my live stream, so why would you burn my book?
Burn it after reading. Right?
burn after reading. Yeah. I should write that novel. Still toying with a couple of fantasy novels. Boy, I wish I could. I wish I had $1 million in cash in a bank and I could just like focus on those things. That would be fantastic. Yeah, I mean, logic is not the thing. That's, you know, there is a logic that Keir Starmer in the UK is using right now, and that they were using to bring in all the immigrants. You can try to argue incorrectly, by the way, that it's bad logic that brought all the immigrants into the UK and France and other countries in the US. You can argue that it's bad logic, but it's not bad logic. It's actually quite good logic. The problem, and that's why they were able to get away with it. Because logic, the logical argument always allowed them not only a defense, but an offensive position to say you have to let these people in. And here's the logical, rational, reasonable argument why. The problem with logic, reason, and rationality is that starting points matter. And if you make up a random starting point, anything can be justified using logic, reason, and rationality. And I know I owe everybody a video on that, but man, that video is hard to do. It's just hard to, like, I come up with the examples all the time because they happen, right? But then I have to remember and write them down and then go, oh, this is how this works, right? And I never remember to do that. Today I came up with a brilliant formulation. Like I did the whole thing. Castle, you wouldn't know about this, but this is in the old days of Discord. I used to pace the room, and I had the headset, lovely headset on all the time.
Oh yeah.
And so I'd pace the room with the headset on, and formulate how to talk about all this stuff. And so, like with the knowledge engine, 4.5 hours, and then I got it down to 4 hours. And then I got it down to 2 hours. And then right. And so, right. I mean, it was a very long process. It took like a year for me to explain all that work in a way, right? What happens is with logic, reason, and rationality, your starting point matters. And if you start from bad facts, you get bad results. But then we get into the facts discussion. Well, facts is not a discussion about facts because facts are random and irrelevant. The real discussion is about truth. The problem with truth is that even if you use that frame, it doesn't work. And the reason why it doesn't work is because lots of things are true and irrelevant.
Right.
This is why John Vervaeke's relevance realization is important, because that's actually correct. But now we've moved from the is side of the equation to the ought side of the equation. In other words, all logic and reason and rationality relies on oughts. And it can't not do that because all of those tools are on the is side of the equation. There's also the materialist side. You can't draw one-to-one correspondence, but also all the material stuff is tied up in isness and none of it is tied up in oughtness. All of it. Right? There's a subordination in the hierarchy of materialism and isness. It's also, again, as the myth is exploding or collapsing, or however you want to think about it, the myth of World War II, what's appearing is aliens, angels, dragons, but not unicorns, just to make Sally happy, which is interesting because there were no unicorns. There were no good guys in World War II. So there's no unicorns emerging from the myth, Sally. Hopefully that helps her. We'll see. She's been trying to work this out for days. So all these things are emerging that are mystical. And then the people who say, we've been doing mysticism for thousands of years correctly within a hierarchy go, aha, we can lead these people into the right answer. Well, they're all wrong about that, because the problem isn't and never was the mysticism. The problem is the hierarchy. And I have doubts, even though it seems impossible to me, about Jonathan Peugeot. The reason why it's impossible is because he's French Canadian and that's God's chosen people. So obviously, it's not reasonable to think that he might be wrong about something. But let's just catch up on comments here. Sally Joe, don't have to cooperate with AI. It's manned by slaves. That is true. It's built on the backs of slaves. Mark Schaefer, silly to say clown kings are useless while wearing the Burger King crown. I won't wear the Burger King crown. Ixnon, growing beans is greater than learning chess. How can I like Ixnon? He says it better than I do. I'm not a fan. Not a fan. Mark Schaefer, logic allows purposes to shine. No, it doesn't. But purposes can come through logic. No, they can't. So it's a feedback loop. No, it isn't. This feedback loop concept doesn't exist in real life. This is the reciprocal thing that everybody talks about. Hierarchy, baby. Hierarchy. It's not flat, and therefore it's not a loop. Right? Things that are not flat are not loops. All loops are flat. Right? Denying the feedback loop to the people is not the solution. Feedback loops are called cults. All cults are feedback loops, and all feedback loops result in cults. Is that what you want? Because that's what you're going to get.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about... Yeah.
Hierarchy is the result of purposes. No. Hierarchy is independent of purposes. The type of hierarchy you get is a result of purposes. And where people are in the hierarchy is a result of purposes. That's why if you pay attention to the Karl Marx retards of the world, you will soon discover that they play tricks. And I have a Trick of Socialism video, which explains this quite nicely, by the way, where effectively what they do is they reorder themselves at the top of the hierarchy by repurposing the world, right? Because Karl Marx doesn't deny that power runs and rules the world, whatever his definition is. It doesn't matter, even though, which is good because he doesn't have one, by the way, or at least a reasonable one. And so what happens is he just puts himself at the top of the hierarchy by virtue of being at the bottom of the hierarchy and all people being equal. Right. So it's a trick because all people are not equal and you still need hierarchy. But they tell you you don't, and they give you examples that prove that you don't need hierarchy. And that's ridiculous. And why people fall for this trick, I have no comprehension. I'm sure I can't be that stupid if I try. I'm absolutely positive of it. Ixnon, feedback loop equals parasitic. That is correct. All things that are, quote, reciprocal or feedback loops are parasitic, and therefore they degrade quicker than entropy. But like they have to. There's no model of the world that you can conceive of where that wouldn't have to be the case. All feedback loops have to degrade quicker than entropy because they're parasitic. Mark Schaefer, if you don't have purposes, something else has a purpose to fill that vacuum. That's right, which is why loops are bad. Because what are you looping around, right? That's why you can't just inject hierarchy to fix the problem, because that's what people do, right? So people will come to me and they'll say, no, there is a definition of woke right. And I'll be like, where is the definition? And they'll just appeal up a hierarchy and say, this person wrote a book. And it's like, well, I know that person wrote a book. I've also written a book. Why is this interesting or important to a definition? Because if you need a book for your definition, it's not useful. It's not a useful definition anymore. And therefore, we're not talking about a definition. We're talking about something else. Now, a book may be a justification for a mode of thought, but what you've done is you've made a bunch of claims that you don't understand. And now we're caught up in a thing that, what is the purpose? The purpose is to defend someone's mode of thought because they wrote a book. I'm not interested in your damn book, other than if I need to start a fire, because books, if you tear out the pages and crumple them up, they make great fire starters. And that's the problem. Like, you're not getting out of this. Purpose doesn't solve anything, especially not if people don't understand the importance and function of hierarchies and the fact that not all hierarchies are equal, and therefore you want a good hierarchy, not a Karl Marx hierarchy, which is what you're going to get. Mark Schaefer, how could you study Wiener and not understand that feedback loops are fundamental to all structures, not just parasitic ones? Well, let me put it this way, because that can't possibly be correct. Feedback loops are damaging. They increase entropy. So they're entropy plus. Now, when people describe feedback loops, they're not talking about feedback loops. They're talking about something that has an external input. Now, things with external inputs are not feedback loops. I know they describe them using the term feedback loop, right? But what they mean is they're connecting two things together in a way that they affect each other. Well, guess what else does that? All things actually are connected and affect each other. So then what are we really talking about? Oh, we're talking about a controlled relationship. Okay, you have a controlled relationship between two things and you want to label that a feedback loop. Okay, you can label that a feedback loop, but it is a misnaming of what is happening. Right? In order to keep a system going, you have to add energy. Period. End of statement. Otherwise, the system decays. It just does. And so that's not a feedback loop. If you're adding energy to a pre-existing relationship that's, say, maintained by a function, right? Now we're into Wiener, that's maintained by a function, what you're doing is you're revivifying the purpose of the function. The purpose of the function may be altered or completely determined by the information that is put into that function, right? And that's why I said early on, algorithms are not the thing. The thing that's far more important than algorithms is the data storage. And the thing that's far more important than the data storage is the data. In other words, the data, which is the starting point, that's also information in computers. Data and information are actually pretty much the same thing as near as I can tell. I'm open to being wrong about that. It's really hard to define data versus information. So I think they're the same thing. That determines everything. The best search algorithm in the world, filled with bad data, cannot do its job correctly, no matter what purpose it has, right? So you always need in any system 3 separate and distinct things in order to describe that system correctly. You also need, in addition to those 3 things, to define inputs and outputs. And what most people are not able to do is that. And that, I think, is where people get things wrong. So, Mark Schaefer, feedback loops can reduce entropy in specific circumstances. For control structures, all living things. No, all living things need energy. Therefore, they are not feedback loops. Again, this is an affectation and it's a construction of bad naming. Now, it is useful bad naming because all naming is bad unless you're God. Basically, by definition, by the way, it's also that way in the Bible, weirdly. It's weird that the Bible came to that conclusion independent of me. odd. They might have had it first, but I didn't read it first. So independent conclusion confirmed. You still have to add energy. Like revivification is a thing. No one talks about it. It's definitely a thing. That's why. What did I say? What did I say earlier? Where's my thing? There it is. I got my prop. This SSD needs energy or the data on it goes away quicker. With energy, the data still goes away, right? It needs power. If you don't power it up every once in a while, it will erase itself. Like completely erase itself, not unformat itself, and you can repartition it and get it back. The bits are gone, and they cannot be recovered ever without power. That power can be described to activate a feedback loop that strengthens the magnetic states in the chips. That is a valid way to talk about it. Okay. But you're not just feeding back, you're feeding in. Because if you don't feed in, there's no loop. And so the description is inadequate. Like that's just physically how the mechanics of it work. And I just happen to know way more about that than most people can possibly imagine. And that's the problem, is that when you try to reduce things to material and you make these materialistic statements about the world and try to model it in material, they're all automatically wrong. Right now, that's not unuseful. Right? I know this. I actually know computers, right? Like really well, all the way down to the bit level of the hardware. I mean, the bit level of the hardware. You want to talk, like, well, let me ask you a question. How do you optimize software? I'll tell you the number one optimization for any piece of software. You optimize for cache lines on the CPU you're running on. Period. End of statement. That is the fastest and best way to optimize your software. Now, cache lines on CPU changes by CPU, not like by Intel CPU, but like by type of Intel CPU. They don't all have the same cache size either. So a cache line indicates cache size. The two go together, right? And so you can say you're imprecise, Mark. You didn't add all the components. Whatever. Cache line implies cache size, right? So you have to optimize for the size of the cache and the cache lines you have going in. And then when you do a cache line optimization in your code, you get an exponential increase in speed for every operation. And so if you do that on 3 operations, the increase is a factor of 3 factorial or something. It's really high. And it actually might be 3 times 30 factorial, or maybe it's 3 times 10 factorial. I forget. It also somewhat depends on the optimization. But yeah, that's actually how it really works in the real world from somebody who's done it. Sally Joe, it freaking matters. There is no ungraspable good, no purity beyond reproach. Yes, true. Sally, the absence of the unicorn should freak everyone out. Sally, people don't think symbolically. I agree, but Mark Schaefer, so you just have a different definition of the word. No, I didn't change the definition of anything. That's actually implied in the writing. You didn't read it carefully enough. You got to understand all computer systems work with energy input. Energy input matters. So once you take energy input for granted, you can have a feedback loop within that framework, but you're in a framework. You can't just say feedback loop, right? Because you're already in a framework. Information is relevant, data is mixed. Maybe. Need to go back to the drawing boards. No, I don't think so. Mutiny. Fair. See that, Castle? You're not the only mutineer on this pirate ship.
Sometimes you got to do a mutiny just to shake things up a little.
Right. Yeah. I mean, at some point, right, you can look at, say, Geoffrey Hinton's work, and you can say back propagation is obviously just implementation of Wiener's feedback loop. That's actually not incorrect. Right. And that's actually why, when he did back propagation, I missed it. I'm like, well, that's obvious that you would feed the data back through the system. Of course you would. Like, how else would you adjust your weights? But no one had done it before, really. I mean, I think it had been done, but like no one got the advantages because among other things, Geoffrey Hinton's using Boltzmann machines, which again, I got to get back to that one of these days. They're very computationally expensive to run, but I think that it's possible, for reasons that are too long to go into here, that actually makes a huge difference to the activation of the neurons. Now, I could be completely wrong about that. I did some experiments. I don't remember the results. I might have them somewhere. They might be on the big disk that's dead that I need to revive. But it's easy to get caught up in the presuppositions of your system, like computers, and then not realize that basically feedback loop is computer jargon, and it's used entirely differently, even though it's the same terms in other fields. And the implications are different because the starting conditions are different. And a feed forward network is a type of a feedback network, and a back propagation network or back propagation process in a network is a type of feedback that could be considered a loop, right? Because it is a loop, right? You're taking the data, you're running it through one way, and then you're running it back through the other way, right? And so it's in a loop of some kind. It's implemented with a loop data structure. Is it a feedback loop? You could define it that way, right? But these things actually matter a lot, because what that means is it's jargon, and jargon is generally not easily transportable to other domains. And so you can't just use computer terminology and try to understand the world. Who did that? Wolfram does that. Actually, Fred mentioned that. He's like, yeah, don't listen to Wolfram. That's a rabbit hole. I agree. Cellular automata theory is a rabbit hole, and Wolfram's not correct about that. Schaefer, entropy between levels of abstraction appears magic to those that deny the other layers. Well, you got to know what the other layers are. It's not denial. It could be ignorance, eyes to see. But persons draw power from metaphysical layers. There's no such thing as metaphysical layers. Maxwell's demon. Metaphysics is a marketing term by a publisher. Don't fall for it. Call that what you like. If I could understand your telos in making the statement, sure. I don't know about entropy between levels of abstraction. I think that there are levels of abstraction, right? So first and second order abstractions are definitely important. Positing abstractions beyond second order abstractions, I don't know is valid for humans. I have my suspicions that it can't be, but that's a different discussion. Anything above you or below you appears as magic to you. The reason why things below you can appear as magic is because you're not at that layer, so you don't see the interconnected causes. And so a live frog does things that are unexpected from the dissected frog's knowledge, right? Or the knowledge gained by dissecting the frog. Right. And so you could say, I'm above it because I can fully dissect the frog. Yes, you can, but a live frog will still be a miracle to you, right? Or it'll be magic. The things above you are magic because you cannot ever, under any circumstances, understand why they happen. You might understand a reason that they appear to happen, but that's a very different thing. And so all things above you also appear as magic. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, it's good to have a little wonder in your life, right? As Sally Joe said, we're missing the unicorn. Why don't we have the unicorn? We don't have the unicorn because we don't have the good guy in the myth of World War II. That's why we don't have the unicorn. And attempts to reinstantiate the unicorn. I think Powder Puff Girls had unicorns. if I remember correctly. And so did what was that stupid freaking the horses, the little pink horse and that nonsense.
My Little Pony.
My Little Pony. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, the brain's a little slow today.
It's not something worth remembering.
Yeah, the bronies.
Yeah.
Like the guys like My Little Pony. It's like, well, we had a word for that when I was growing up. That word's come back into use though, so I'm quite happy with the world at the moment. I won't go into it here, but yeah. Those are attempted reinstantiations or reenchantments of, we'll say, the positive, mysterious aspect, right? But honestly, that's only needed in a certain type of world. And the certain type of world that's needed in is a world without a mythological accounting for the divine feminine. And that manifests in a lot of ways post-Reformation. And that is a main problem. I don't know, Castle. How brave do I feel? Should I hint at something that I was talking about earlier on the Discord server today, or should I leave it for never?
Leave it for never. I think you could leave it for later.
All right, I won't do it today. I won't do it today then.
Because I mean, the AI stuff is already weird enough. I think we still got more weird to go. I don't know.
Well, that's true. That's true. Oh, let's see what Mark has to say, since he's actually engaging and interesting. Magic can be defined as calling upon a power from outside the material universe. Well, that's if you try to have magic instead of try to experience magic, or be having mode versus being mode. Be in the magic, right? Many powers stand outside our particular creation. Ooh, I don't know if I agree with any of that. I think everything's in the creation. The creation's so freaking big that all the parts of the creation you can't know anything about because they're either too small or too large are magic. And that's wonderful. Like, so weird for me, Castle. Like, it happens all the time. I look outside and there's something very interesting and completely like unexpected and unpredictable outside my window. All the time. It happens all the time. That's why there's a window right there. There's a window right there. It's right there. Most of my vision is window to the outside yard. Now, if I look this way, it's all screen, and I like that. But most of the time, my vision straight ahead, small screen in front, high resolution, still very small screen, and the magic. The magic portal is in front of me. My property is so magic, Castle. It's so magical that I have a dam right for the pond, and you walk along the dam, and there's no word of a lie. There's a freaking tree that stands up like this and then goes like this that you walk under. It's nice. Almost 90 degrees, and you walk under it when you go along the dam. That's how enchanted my world is. And I'm just like, I don't even know where this tree came from. And I only saw it recently, right? Because the property when I got it was already 2 years old. And down here in South Carolina, like things grow. Like you want magic? There's just like stuff that grows in my yard for no apparent reason. Like Sarah took out a bunch of stuff in front of the house because they had just dumped a bunch of dirt in front of the house. Yeah. And there were growing plants in it. So she takes out all this dirt. And one day I go out there and I'm like, Sarah, what the freaking hell is that thing? And she's like, I didn't plant that there. And I'm like, what do you mean you didn't plant that? How did it get there? It looked like it didn't grow from a seed because you just cleared that dirt. Like it had to have been in the dirt for a long time. There's no way around it. There's no question about it. It had to have been in the dirt for a long time. It's a hydrangea bush. It's just starting to sprout up. And I'm like, that's never been here in the 8 years that I've been here. I've never seen a hydrangea bush there. 1 year, I'm just kind of hanging out. I cleared, there's so much land here. It's insane. Right? But I had cleared a bunch of stuff. And like, I'm looking over and like, there's a swamp lily at 4.5 feet high, just hanging out. And I'm like, where the hell did you come from? Where have you been? I've been here 6 years at that point. I've never seen this thing. I'm like, what is going on? Beautiful. Swamp lilies are gorgeous. Pink and white. Big, the leaves are thin, but they're big. Like they spread out quite a bit. Like this place is just freaking magical. It's absolutely magical. I love it. Mark Schaefer. I live an enchanted life myself, trying to follow Tom Bombadil. I think you need to reread that section of the book, sir. You're not supposed to follow Tom Bombadil. Not.
You're just gonna end up at his house and just stay there.
Right, you'll stay there forever. Right, you'll just be there until the end of the world. No one will know about you, and yeah.
The food's good though.
The food's excellent.
Yeah.
I mean, you could participate instead. Like the whole point of the Tom Bombadil story, well, one of the points of the Tom Bombadil story is he doesn't participate in the world at all. And to some extent, he can't. Like, he's traded the Garden of Eden for participation with others. It's very Plato's Cave, actually. It's just not. It's Plato's Cave in reverse, right? No. It's exactly the point of the allegory, right? Which is you go up, you get out of the cave, you're dragged out of the cave painfully, and then you just stay up above forever by yourself in the philosophical realm, right? It's like the realm of pure ideas. Okay. I mean, no, I don't want to do that. Like, come and participate. There's so much we could do. I got a whole game I'm trying to work on, and no one's helping. Pissing me off.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Mark Schaefer. He is king under the mountain, but the mountain is his forest, and his Arkenstone is his beloved. And no one cares. He's king of no one and nothing. And that's part of the point of that particular section of the story, is that you can have the Garden of Eden all by yourself. And he's still spelling hierarchy wrong. Don't tell him. Can't have healthy hierarchy without subsidiarity. Subsidiarity, I don't know. Castle, you're going to have to help me with these stupid freaking terms. As far as I understand subsidiarity, that is a weird Protestant term that doesn't mean anything useful.
It doesn't come up for me all that often. I mean, I understand subordination.
That sounds like a Catholic-y term, so that makes totally sense to me. I've never heard of subsidiarity in, like, I don't know that Catholics ever talk about subsidiarity. I've heard Protestants use that term over and over and over again to talk about the importance of something amorphous, because they don't have hierarchy, and so they can't talk about hierarchy, and they always try and fail miserably because they don't understand the concept. And to the extent that they do, they rebel against it and identify against it all the time. And then say, it's good to rebel. We're Protestants. It's like, Protestantism is the most aptly named thing today. This is straying back into should I talk about this? Should I hint at this tonight or not? But I'm not going to do it. I've already agreed. It's not happening.
So something that's subsidiary is something that is held in reserve, held ready to furnish assistance, from the 1540s.
Right. Well, the 1540s, so the 1500s and 1600s, almost all of our language, and it's all terrible words, come from that time period. Yeah. Words like consciousness and other reprehensible terms are pure evil. Cudworth is he tied up in subsidiarity too? Because that scumbag made up a bunch of freaking bad words for us. He's such a piece of garbage.
I don't know. I mean, it comes from Latin subsidiarius, which means belonging to a reserve or serving to supplement. So
right, it's a supplement. It's a very equal word. It has nothing to do with what people think. right? Because they're using it as subservience or something. It's not even the same root word. Okay, Mark's going to clarify what he means here. Okay, subsidiarity is what allows the lower parts of a hierarchy to exist separate from the main hierarchy while not threatening it. Then it's not part of the hierarchy. But that's not what the term means. This is always the problem with Protestant words, is that they often misuse their own words because they're the low IQ side of the religious spectrum. Just observably true. Sorry, guys. Hate to break it to you. This is also why I don't listen to them on theology, because again, unless you spent 20 years in a monastery praying and studying theology on the side, you're not doing theology. I don't know what you're doing, but you probably shouldn't be doing it.
Don't even listen to Catholics that aren't doing that. I assure you,
Right.
So this is actually a point I wanted to make. So you have the thing of the word rationality, and the problem is, and we've talked about this in recent weeks, especially with respect to like Greek and Hebrew words, especially with the book club, of this thing of like the content plus context thing is really heavy in these words that have a bunch of possible applications. And we we ran into that with the word bow, and it's just like you could just go on and on with the list of implications that word can have. And one of the things, so looking at this thing of like, oh, humans as rational creatures, and then people imply logic, reason, rationality as measurement, and this sort of like quantitative perspective, which is very material. Whereas when you look at ratio in Latin, there's like a whole bunch of things that it can encompass, which includes the ability to measure, but it's also the ability to speak. It includes prudence. It includes moderation. But it actually comes from the Greek word logos. But in Latin, it also means the ability to have a relationship with God, like directly and consciously, something like that. So when you take guys, and this also ties into like the forbidden text sort of thing, so like Thomas Aquinas's works were essentially hidden knowledge for like hundreds of years. It was only the Dominicans of his order that had access to his work for a very, very long time. And the important thing about that too is this thing of like, yes, he wrote all this stuff down, but also he was a very like great to interact with guy. Like people absolutely loved him, and they said, oh well, he's actually, for a guy that wrote so much and with such extreme precision, that he had like a childlike simplicity almost. It was just super pleasant to talk to. And because he spent all of his time praying, and most of his time that he had his best insights, it wasn't actually coming from studies or anything like that. But the thing is that you get a lot of these guys now, the people that I'm angry with, who are also quoting him. And because his work is not particularly relevant to me, because I'm not interested in reading thousands of pages of him exhausting, basically cornering the market on theology so no one else has to bother with it. Thank you for doing all that work. It saves me the time. So I really appreciate it. But you get people that go and they read his stuff, and they say, oh, he's taking a stance on this, which he actually, sometimes he does, but a lot of the stuff he does where he presents multiple arguments for something and then multiple arguments against something, and then he makes a conclusion based on the arguments, which is not necessarily a statement of his opinion. And it's extremely accurate and precise the way that he does this. So there's certain things that he says that a particular thing is not logical, but outside of the bounds of logic, he actually agrees with it, and then he'll go and he'll write a completely separate thing on. There's other things that that he'll say is perfectly logical within the bounds of logic, reason, and rationality, as we would talk about it in English, and then he denounces it as heresy, right? And because it's a logical possibility that a particular thing could happen, but then with the context of relationships and the way things played out historically, this is why that would never be an acceptable thing to say. But logically, you could have this in an abstraction of like you could have like a video game world where this could potentially play out and not break the laws of physics or something like that.
Yeah.
But also it's stupid and don't bother with this. And this is why, like it's kind of like setting up like, oh, this is where these guys are right about this particular thing, but then also watch me completely demolish it because they're stuck in their own heads. The problem is that people are reading because people aren't going to spend, like I'm not going to spend all that time reading thousands of pages so I can get all of the nuance and everything of people that he talked to and who had not only the text, but they had the oral tradition of actually sitting there and talking to him.
Right.
Taking it completely out of that context, there's people that are just inserting whatever they want. They're reading a particular excerpt and then saying, oh, this is what he said. And then not realizing that 2 pages later, he completely condemns what they're pushing. And it's like, yeah, they shouldn't have had access to it. And I shouldn't have access to it. Like I can go there and I can, the few times that I've gone and read some of his stuff, it's like, oh yeah, this makes sense, or this is really good, or it's extremely high level, but like I get some of it. There's some stuff that would probably be out of my wheelhouse, but even if it wasn't, like even if I could get all of it, like why am I going to spend all that time on that? And it's worthless in my head if I can't apply it.
Well, and there's purpose, and there's the problem of allowing for dissection, which brings up Mark's comment. Your gut bacteria is not part of you, too, I guess. Only if you're an idiotic scientist, you can't live without your gut bacteria. So if it's something you can't live without, are you sure it's not part of you? Because I'm not sure what you mean by part of you in that case, because you can't live without it.
I can assure you from my own experience of being prescribed antibiotics for years by doctors who didn't know what they were doing, that yes, it definitely is an extremely necessary part of you.
Right. And the thing is, it's not a question of subsidiarity because it affects every part of you. Like actually every part. Because it's part of the hierarchy. And when it doesn't have a proper place in the hierarchy, because you try to wipe it all out with antibiotics, even though that's not what you were trying to do, right? Because a lot of things happen because you're trying to do something else. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. I don't know why people don't know what that means. But apparently we're living in a world where nobody understands that statement even a little bit, right? You also, because you were trying to do something else, wiped out your gut bacteria and then affects your brain.
Yeah. And it turns out that that's where a lot of your serotonin and melatonin is stored. So it's like, oh, wow, I was emotionally emotionally not doing well, but also I was sleep deprived for an extremely long period of time. And it was so difficult to sleep. And it's like, why did that happen?
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know what you mean by gut bacteria not being part of you, because that seems silly. Sally Joe, rationality can make you itchy. That's that. Yeah, yes, Sally.
Fair enough.
And Mark says, achieve things. Hey, if that's what it takes. Hierarchy, thanks. Oh, there you go. He found the right spelling. Tom Bombadil is gut bacteria of Middle Earth. No, he's not. He's totally apart. We gotta burn all your books. There's no other way. Tolkien's point was there are things that are apart from the world and unconnected, and they are not part of the hierarchy. And you cannot join their hierarchy. Like you can't become them. And you can't use their hierarchy to offload the problems from your hierarchy. They are separate hierarchies. Right. And so it's a separation of hierarchy. It's a vision of what the world looks like without hierarchy. But it's also explicit that you can't live there and you can't affect it. And it can't affect you. Right? Maybe in the short term, Tom Bombadil can hide the ring, but eventually he'd forget about it. And then somebody would come and visit him because you're not the hierarchy. That other hierarchy is available to you. Obviously, they were there. Right? They were like, oh, this is available to us. We can just leave the ring with this guy and he's powerful enough that, the ring won't be got by the bad guy. But it turns out that he's powerful enough, but he doesn't have the relevance relation to care the purpose that would keep him in a mode where he would protect the other hierarchy, because that hierarchy is not his. That's the lesson, right? Or one of the lessons, or one set of the lessons. I mean, I could go on all day because we could talk about Tom Bombadil for a very long time. There's a lot in there. It's a lot deeper than you realize. And yeah, and like it's very hard to spot. It's very hard to spot. In fact, the only reason why I've engaged with it recently is because what happens is I watch the movies. I go, well, yeah, my father read these books to me when I was young. I don't remember this from the books because I'm not a normal person. Right? We've already established that early on. I have a really good memory. And I was like, I wonder what the books say. So I bought the unabridged edition and I read it, and it took like 6 months, which is ridiculous that I could read that in 6 months. It should take me like 3 years because I just read really slowly. And I basically critted the whole book in 4.5 hours in front of my mother and stepfather. And my mother looked at my stepfather at the end and said, "Did he miss anything?" And my stepfather said, "I don't think so." And I didn't appreciate it. I was like, what was that exchange all about? And I have to tell you, my stepfather had an unrecorded IQ. It was unrecorded. It was unrecordable. He broke the test. It was broken. He's so well read, he could explain anything to me. Anything. I've never met anybody who could explain a tenth of what they knew to me, except him. That's why I'm not impressed by the Eric Weinsteins of the world. Eric Weinstein is a drooling retard compared to my stepfather. For real. Really. Not only that, he could explain anything to me, which that's pretty good. Like hardcore physics, you know, modified Newtonian dynamics and its importance, why tides are different at different points, right? It's like, oh, it turns out tides aren't calculable because they're specific to the bay that they're in. And so tides don't always go in and out the way you expect. And the Bay of Fundy is because of the shape of the bay and the shape of the bottom, and not because it's further north, which is what everybody thinks, by the way. They think, oh, the tides are bigger further north you go. No, they're not. That is not how that works. It just turns out that there's more bays where you can see the effects of the tide dramatically. I think it's 60 feet at Fundy. I didn't go. We drove past it, but we didn't have time to stop. So, yeah. Mark Schaefer, and gut bacteria doesn't care about your purpose either. I don't know about that, and I don't know how you would know about that or how you would measure that. It is a part, but still inside and useful. But it's not a part because it affects you. Things that are apart from you actually don't affect you, or at least not in the same way. And that's, I think, what you're missing is there's a range of what I call intimacy, which is the quality of the relationship. There's a range of intimacy. And there are distinct lines, right? You can't be intimate with something that's apart from you, right? But you can be intimate with your gut bacteria because it's not at all apart from you. It affects everything you do, and it is affected by everything you do. And that's what you're missing. Like there's a whole range of possibility in there. Sally Joe, Tom is busy with the River's daughter. She's a hottie. I don't know, Sally, is she? I have no idea. I think this is really the problem when people say dive into symbolism, a la Peugeot, because I've watched a couple of the symbolic world servers, and those guys are a mess. You don't want to go anywhere near those people. You don't want to listen to anything they say. They're crazy people. Like taking Boromir and smashing him together with, well, he's really a Judas figure. I'm like, I mean, there's lots of things you could be really wrong about, but that one was not on my bingo card ever. Hey, but you're really wrong about that. Like, that's really wrong. That's completely backwards. There's nothing at all. Zero overlap. Like you've actually found a zero overlap item, and Yeah, when I heard two different people were like, yeah, that's definitely true. And I was just like, I couldn't even leave right away. I was in such shock. I'm like, how the hell did anybody arrive at that? Like, that's what? Like, what are you talking about? I don't understand what even happened. But then I left. I haven't been back to the server since. Well, I haven't been back to any of their Lord of the Rings book clubs since. I was just like, I can't do this. I can't be exposed to this. I'm sure it's not good for my health. I don't know how it's bad for my health, but I'm not willing to chance it. Yeah, here we go again. Gut bacteria is from your mom's gut, only initially. From your skin bacteria, from dirt bacteria. Nope, those are all different colonies that colonize different ways. Dirt bacteria from healthy soil can make you very healthy. Well, except you don't know what healthy soil is for you, because there's no universally, materially, objective healthy soil. That doesn't exist. Right? That's why it's actually important that you engage with the soil locally, because there's no objective material reality. Sally Joe, I don't know, River is life and chaos, right? And she's the River's daughter, smoking, also likes living in the woods, doesn't question unexpected hobbits for supper, and the River's daughter is a catch. No, you catch things in a river, Sally. Mark Schaefer, bacteria just wants to back its teria wherever it is. Okay. That's good. I like that. Yeah, I mean, this is the loss of intimacy. The intimacy crisis is the big deal. That's the thing that everyone's missing. Like, this is why you can't just give people symbolism. Because you give them symbolism in an intimacy crisis, they're just going to make bad symbolic connections left, right, and center and think that Boromir and Judas are somehow related. Like, every time I think about it, I just want to cry. I'm like, oh no, what happened to these poor people? Can we recover them? Or are they lost? I think we need to let them go. I don't see a path back for these people at all.
That's rough.
I just can't. Like, usually I can figure out how people got there. Nah, I'm not. I can't figure out how they got there. There's no way. There's no way. I'm definitely not smart enough to figure out how they got that lost and that bizarre. It's sad. But I think it has something to do with AI brings down the power of the good God into your hands. And we're so flat and we're so equality and we're so having mode that people want that. And then they see symbolism as the same thing. Like, Jonathan Peugeot has brought down this symbolism from on high for us to use. And I think, oh no, why? Please don't do that. On the other hand, a lot of people, that's what they need. Just, I don't know that the trade-off is going to end up being worth it. I think we're going to do more harm than good there. I hope I'm wrong, but also.
Something I was kind of reflecting on a while back is there was an intention that somebody else came up with in one of the book club sessions, which I'll never find because there were 40 of them. But I've never looking back. Somebody had an intention where they were saying, that they were having trouble interacting with other people within that frame, the frame that we were using in the Symbolism book club. And I was kind of thinking about that in my own experience, where I was like, oh, when I was really excited about this, though, especially like even before the book club, but back when I first read the book on my own, and I remember thinking like, wow, this is really exciting. Like, I would love to be able to talk about this stuff more and everything. And I did kind of find that dryness of thinking like, oh yeah, like a lot of people are just not interested in this, or they can't do it or whatever. And then now, like, I was not really in a lot of participation and cooperation in those times. Like I was very much kind of isolated around the time that I got that. So it was the few times that I was interacting with people, or other people that just kind of talking to friends online who live in different states and stuff, that they just weren't really interested. But I realized that just participating with people, and especially participating with other people that are of wildly different age groups, or people who don't even speak the same language, or at least not as their primary language, that it actually just doesn't matter. Like I started to kind of realize, like, oh, they actually, even if they can't or don't seem interested in it, they actually don't really need it, because they're still able to function properly with like the core concepts.
Yeah.
A lot of them have that. And a lot of the kind of drawing things out and explaining it is really for the people that are that just don't have those outlets and don't have people to cooperate and participate with, or structures where they can do that.
They don't have the tools. They're missing a bunch of tools, right?
Yeah.
So almost all the Catholics that I know looked at the pictures in the book and were like, okay, not wrong. They didn't read the words at all, and they flew through the book, and they just weren't impressed by it. They were like, well, this is all obvious stuff, right? Because it's stuff that they would have been given in a different form, you know, when they were, you know, going through First Communion and stuff. Like, it's just, there's so much better way to give people that experience, so that those patterns and concepts are built into them through the participation, that there's no like there's no way to explain it to them. Like, no, you're going about this the long hard way.
Yeah.
By reading it, instead of just like having had it form you when you were 7 years old, or whatever age, doesn't matter.
And you think of like a lot of the examples that I would give in the book clubs would be stuff that happened to me that week, and it was usually like, oh, I had this realization about washing dishes while washing dishes, you know, or something like that. It's just like, oh, this relates to the diagram. And it's just like, but really, like, if you're paying attention to those little things, and especially not being clouded with a bunch of other random stuff, that you can relate like very simple stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting. So Lynn published a clip on a Discord server. She published like, I don't know, 8 of them or something today. I'm like, Lynn, you're killing me. You're killing me. They're always good though. She always has really good clips. There's only been 1 or 2 where I'm like, well, I don't know why she posted this one. Usually they're very good. And the one was talking to Joe Rogan, and she's saying like, well, yeah, I found that I need less sleep when I meditate. I'm just like, really? And she's like, yeah, that's just what I found. And I'm like, well, of course, because you're getting more rest during the day. Like, it's not hard. And the rest you get from, we'll say, a well-formed or informed meditation practice is superior to sleep. And so, yeah, 20 minutes of meditation can knock off an hour of sleep for some people. That's definitely true, right? But it also enhances your sleep. And that's important, right? People don't realize that, but there's better ways to do that, I would say, is if you can recognize a type of meditation in the Zen sweeping. There's a video I have to do. I might forego that in favor of my anxiety course. But if you engage in that process of meditative dishwashing or Zen sweeping, dishwashing is one of the versions of Zen sweeping, or just sweeping the floor, which are all the sorts of basic things that, you know, people don't want you to do in the AI age. Oh no, we'll have robots for that. That's where all the magic is in your life, is in the mundane, boring, rote tasks. That's where all your insight comes from. You don't get any insight any other way. People think you do. You might get insight while flipping the pages of the book, but it's not what you're reading that's giving you the insight. It's the liturgy of flipping the pages that gives you the insight. right? The book may frame what kind of insight you'll get and how it manifests. See, but nobody thinks about the enchanted world correctly, so they don't understand this. I'm always like, how do you not notice? Like, this has to be true. How can you not understand this?
Yeah.
It's so obvious.
I was seeing this, so today I went to the grocery store and they have this thing where there's only like one cashier, and then they have these lines that there's a big computer sitting where the cashier would normally be. It's an actual like normal line with even like the conveyor belt thing and all that stuff. It's not just like the self-checkout where it's just the thing and then you put the stuff. There's actually the conveyor belt. There's a big computer with the cashier would be, and there's an actual cash register behind that so that a person could hypothetically turn it into a working lane. But there's only one cashier, and of course a big line of people waiting to go to that one person, and then there's a bunch of automated stations. And I was like, okay, like I went to the automated one because, one, I'm not going to wait with all these old ladies that have a billion things in their carts, but also like I used to sub in at the cash register back when I worked at Staples. So like in my late teens, I was thinking like I wasn't even a cashier. I would sub in because the cashiers would always call out sick or whatever. But you learn so much stuff by just doing those basic things, like being able to quickly process a line and build a rapport with customers and quickly manage all of their stuff and do very mundane, but like large number of very tiny tasks and everything actually really sharpens you up a lot. And like that made me a lot sharper than doing sales work or any of that other stuff
Right.
ever did.
Right.
And it's just, and also you get a better intimacy with the customer. Like it's actually interesting that as opposed to doing sales work there, you actually have much better, higher quality interactions running the registers. Or even when you're doing sales work, the actual ringing people up is when the best interactions happen, because you're kind of like going back and forth with them putting you. Yeah. They're putting stuff on the counter and you're putting stuff. Yeah.
Structured and enforced is better. You would think that people would understand. Like, people always talk about like, well, I had a thought in the shower. And I'm like, and that didn't clue you into how the insight works at all.
Right.
Huh? You got nothing else. Did you not take the hint? I think it's pretty clear how this works. But if you think the liturgy of soaping yourself up or, rinsing yourself off, causing an insight isn't a hint as to how insight works, then I've got questions about your ability to think about the world. I just have total questions. And yeah. And so, Mark Schaefer, you say that about books. Say it and write books to give people an idea that changes behavior. No. Absolutely not. And if you decide to buy a copy of my book, which I hope you do, Mark, you will understand. Because that book in particular, not to toot my own horn, but also I kind of have to at this point. It is specifically designed and written a very specific certain way to do a certain thing. No one has ever read a book and changed their behavior ever. Behavioral changes come as a result of actions in the world, and they don't come any other way because they can't. It's not even an option. And you kind of know this because a lot of people read a lot of books and they're the same jerk they were yesterday. Like nothing happens. A lot of people read Plato's Republic and didn't understand the allegory of the cave, even a little bit. Some people watched my video and didn't get it either. I'm like, man, I'm giving you the goods. It doesn't work. Like, books don't work in that way. They might work some other way, and we'll see how successful my book is. Right. Not in terms of sales, because that doesn't measure success. Right. That just measures how many people bought your book. Like that number of sales measures the effectiveness of your marketing. I'm not terribly interested in that. And if I had a marketing budget, I would definitely market my book and definitely lose money on it that way. But that's not the issue here. Sally Jo, now imagine watching something you plant and raise, live for a season, soul transforming. Exactly. Sally seems to know about this. I don't know how. So you should join our Discord. Never mind. This is Mark Schaefer. Now imagine reading politics while watching your plants grow. It won't help. Ixnon, if you're reading, are you watching your plants? Dun, dun, dun. I love people that know my work better than I do. Sally Joe, books don't enhance your intimacy with nature. Just don't. Yeah, but they do destroy it. So to be fair, Sally, they do have an impact on it. -1. Mark Schaefer, the mind is a garden. No, the mind is a mind. That's why we have a different word for it than garden. It's not that hard. Different plants and animals into different avenues. No. Books are one of many routes. No. Good for some things. No. You get it. You got to understand. The overwhelming, ridiculous outlier version of humanity, no one has read a single book. Sorry. And yet we have electricity. Electricity is the result of 0 people reading books. 0. And because I know people are going to challenge me on this, Faraday does the experiments, Maxwell puts them into math, and Heavisides makes the math accessible to engineers and makes it work and be practical because he makes an enhancement to, now I don't remember the name. Yeah, there was a bunch of YouTube videos about this. This is a history I know a little bit about, but yeah, I just got some upgrades the other day. But the whole Faraday to Maxwell to Heavisides thing, man, when I learned that, I'm like, of course that's the way it worked. That's the way all these, quote, scientific things work. Some dreamer does experiments and somebody else comes along later and does the math, and somebody else translates that math to something useful. And then the engineers put it to practice. It's never worked any other way. And everyone's like, it's the books. And I'm like, books are great for engineers. In some cases, but those are boring books to read. I have a bunch of them. I have tons of them. The only good one I have was that what is it called? Oh yeah, it's just called AI application programming. And the only reason why that's good is because it's full of code. And I've actually typed in all the code, right? And I like people laugh about that. They're like, no, really, you have to type in the code from the page. Because what are you doing? You're not reading the book. You're participating with the book.
Right.
Oh, that's why you do a book club and you don't read a book by yourself ever under any circumstances. Do not read a book by yourself ever. Don't do it. I didn't read Plato's Republic by myself, and every time I think about that, I think, you know what, Mark, you're a genius. That was the most genius thing that anybody could ever do in their life, is not read Plato's Republic by themselves. Just super smart. Super duper smart. Yeah, I'm just always impressed with myself. Nope, read it with a group of people. One section at a time even. Did not read ahead. Didn't read a page ahead. Right? And just, yeah. Sally Joe, books are not your friends. Kind of broke my heart, but it's true. Books are not your friends. There's no intimacy in a book. Right. Ixnon, don't read books by yourself. Can confirm. Yes. See? He knows. All right. On that note, I am exhausted. We've got to prepare for a trip all day tomorrow. I've got all day tomorrow set aside because there's no book club tomorrow.
Yeah.
If you're interested in the language of creation, 40 episodes of book club. We deep dive this and we go at it hard. And there's a lot of smart people in there. Emmanuel was gracious enough to start and run the book club for us for 10 months and 40 episodes. I don't know how he did it. The man, the myth, the legend, Manuel Post, ladies and gentlemen. And his format for doing that, because you got to follow the format. And I know we screwed up a couple times and cut off the integration and reflection part, especially in the beginning, but we shouldn't have. Because that's the most important part. Like, the closest you can get to book participation if you're not typing in source code from a book, which I highly recommend if you're programming, is having the intentional phase up front and the integration phase at the back end, and actually taking at least 60 full seconds to do it. Super important. And you can see that exemplified in the Language Creation Book Club, which is, of course, available on Navigating Patterns, which is the only way you should watch my videos, even though that bunch of them are available on other channels. Ixnat. Manuel is great. Yes, Manuel the Great. We should just call him Manuel the Great. He always did the practices way better than I could. Sitting there like, I designed this practice. I wrote the documentation for this practice. I co-developed this. And I can't run it. This sucks. This sucks. Sally Joe. Manuel is the laser shark. Yes, he is. So listen, Castle, what do you got? Closing statements about AI issues, mythos, and reality. You got just to round out the reality part. Nothing about AI is reality. It's all the things that are not AI that you actually engage with in the real world. Those are the reality parts.
Yeah, I think my closing statements are probably just a warning, I guess. Like, let this thing actually be a tool, and don't let it wind up sapping you of your energy and all these other things, or enslave you like these people who are in the Silicon Valley stuff, where they're just throwing more and more people all the time to maintain an ever breaking, thing that is performing a function that lesser computing could easily do. But they're just doing this incredibly complicated version of it that's just draining resources.
And then becoming homeless when the machine's done with them.
Yeah, it's absolutely horrific. And it's like, so the whole thing is super, super parasitic. You see the stuff with the people with like the chatbot girlfriends and stuff, and how like some of these people hurt themselves and all these insane things. And it's like, look, let the tools be tools. Don't try to romance, the power drill or whatever. Like, just, the same thing as the books aren't your friends type of thing. Like, inanimate objects and tools and stuff like that are not friends. It's a thing for use. And that the people who are trying to sell it as more are themselves probably predatory or completely ignorant, and either way, not worth following. A lot of the people that are involved in the some like the Google AI projects and stuff have openly said in like public interviews that they are the actual descendants of people who were occultists, like even back in the 1600s, and that they invoke the weird incantations and stuff. And even as recently, I think it was 2022, with I think it was called Lambda, that AI that I forgot what his name was, Lowe's, something like that. He's one of like the chief designers on the Lambda AI thing, said that he actually dedicated it to like a pagan deity and all this stuff before they launched it. And it was the one that they were saying that had become self-aware or whatever. Like, these are the people actually working on and heading up these projects. So for them, like, they are, they're using this stuff for weird divinatory purposes and are hyping it up for something more than it is, which is just a tool, but they're enchanting it. And that itself is how you wind up inviting really bad stuff, because it's not coming from the machines. It's these human beings that are inviting this weird behavior and destructiveness. So just to kind of be aware of that, the actual stuff is coming from, the dangers are coming from people that are inviting, bad patterns in. So to just remember what is, what's an object and what's not, ideally, you don't even have to identify against it, like actually just participate and cooperate with human beings, develop intimacy. And at that point, like, you don't need to rely on this stuff. If you're having quality relationships with other human beings, you don't need to worry about falling into some sort of weird affair with your cell phone or something like that. That's a complete non-issue and never come to your head. So just stay safe out there, I guess.
That's good. That's good. Let me catch up on comments real quick. Mark Schaefer, quantum computers are supposed to provide correlated randomness to allow to simulate imagination. That is the biggest bunch of hooey I've ever heard in my life. Sally Joe, seek the glimpse of the unicorn. Don't grind a fake horn of a narwhal. Right. Right. Selling the unicorn horn powder. Yeah. Yeah. Surgically implanting a horn on a horse is not a unicorn. Lessons from AI. Yeah, well said. Well said. Yeah, look, this AI thing, I mean, people are just crazy. And it is a frenzy of hedonism. Those people are materialist, individualist, worshippers of prediction. They are doing their divination, as Castle has said, invoking pagan gods for real. And they're telling you they're doing that. You're just not paying attention. And fair enough. Like, can't pay attention to most things. So why would you know that? But they've publicly come out and stated this in interviews for sure. And they're very strange people. And they're doing something deliberately, knowingly, and using slavery to do it. And it's slavery. Like, there's no way around it. It's not chattel slavery, but it's the next best thing. And it's way worse than indentured servitude, where at least you have a role in the hierarchy. You know what you're getting coming out of it. You know what you're required to put into it. Right. And I know we've lost all that. And people don't understand why it was valuable and how valuable it was. And the why it was valuable and how valuable it was, right? These are aspects of symbolic ways of thinking or poetic ways of informing the world. And that's what we've lost. And that's what's causing the intimacy crisis, which also manifests as a meaning crisis. And that is the core problem, is that people are very confused about this. And AI has come along in the wake of the collapse of the myth of World War II. And it's offering a positive message alternative to the negative only message from the myth of World War II. And it's very attractive to people. And I totally understand that. But as a society, we need to upgrade. And hopefully, my book will help with that. Interestingly enough, that is part of the goal. And maybe if we get the board game going, now that I've fixed the last of the problems on the board game, we can get that out there, and that'll really help too. That'll help a lot, man. The more I think about that, the more I go, genius level, like the genius level achieved. And I use the AI too, which is just ironic and all of this. It's a tool. If you know how to use it, super powerful magic. At least for everybody else. For me, I'm like, I knew we'd get good results. And then you can find its limits too. Like with any tool, the first thing you need to find out is what are its limits. Don't find that out by breaking the tool, though. Find that out by better means. And be careful, because it is being sold as, worshipped as, treated as a higher power. But it's not a higher power. It's a tool that you named, that you put under your control. But as with all tools, don't hit your thumb with the hammer, because you will do that. You need to know that that's been done and like mitigate that immediately. If you don't get that thumb taken care of, it'll go gangrenous. You'll have to amputate. That's a real problem. So look, I don't think we're gonna have a stream next week, the week after that, and the week after that. So sorry about that. I'm gonna try to get Rachel Fulton Brown back for a talk on politeness. Yeah, hopefully she's still up for that. And just be wary out there, because things are gonna get worse. I will try to stream at least once from the road, but no promises. I've got a bunch of videos to release. I'm probably going to be able to do 2 a week for the next 3 weeks. I know that's down from 2 live streams and a recorded, but it's the best I can do while I'm on the road. And I have to go on the road. Like, I need my time driving through the doldrums of the Midwest to have more insights, right? Because that's how it works. The boring stuff is where you get the good insights from. So everybody take care of yourselves. I will be back with more pirate live streams in about 4 weeks, unfortunately, and other stuff too. Hopefully, I'll get more stuff going in the European time zone. And everybody, take care of yourself. And feel free to jump on the Market Wisdom Discord server. Feel free to engage with all the stuff, and feel free to remember the most important message that I have to give everybody, which is that the world needs you to be better. So on that note,